Hello, and welcome to this still life oil painting process video. It is a video where I paint a red apple with leaves from start to finish. There is also a part where I show you exactly what I do and I ground the canvas. So it's actually from grounding the canvas all the way to finished product. The special thing with this painting is that it is a gift to the Queen of Norway. And the context to this is that my taekwondo master, Shahiran, he got the Medal of Honor from the Norwegian state because of he has been doing so much for the sports in Norway and the Norwegian state that the king decided to give him the Medal of Honor for basically doing good things for Norway. Shah is originally from Pakistan. He came here, I think it was in the late 70s, and he started up Tøyen Taekwondo Club, and that's where I've been training since then. He's a great guy, and he really deserves it. Now, since he was going to get this medal, the Taekwondo Club knew that I was a painter, and since they know that the Queen is very art interested, they wanted to give her a gift, and they asked me if I had a painting they could give to her. And I said, well, yeah, I do have one that is almost finished, and I can just finish it, and you can have this one. Sadly, that first painting was the first apple, that was also apple. It actually started rotting in the refrigerator. So when I took it out and I was going to paint it, it was impossible to finish it. So I painted a new one in 1 week, and it is this one. And it was kind of a fun process, and it came out pretty nice. So if you like to see, keep on watching. Now, the first part of this video is, of course, what you're listening to now. The second part is I show you the painting. The third part is a small short video clip of when I meet the Queen and give her the painting. And after that, you can see the whole process from grounding the painting, the canvas, to finished product. As usual, it's a long video. It's basically 7 hours long. So for the ones with stamina, I wish you good luck. And as I always say, if you want to support my channel, you can do that by many things. You give a thumbs up, very important. Leave a comment, even more important. And if you want to go totally crazy, you can go to PATRON and sign up there, and I will become your painting teacher if you'd like me to do that. And if you just want to support my channel, you can do that by buying me a coffee. You'll find a link in the description and on my channel. So with this, I wish you good luck, and keep watching, keep living, and keep painting, and have fun. Yay! Voila! Here it is, the finished painting. And as you can see, here is how it came out. I do think it kind of looks like that apple. And it probably is one of the best apples I ever made, and I've been working like crazy, and you will see that in the video. In the end, it is exhausting to get this right, and I think I actually did. And you can see my studio, and yeah, as usual, I want to say hello in the mirror. So here we are. Thank you for watching. I hope you can give the thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think. Also, if you want to support my channel, you can do that by going to Patreon, or you can also buy me a coffee. You'll find links in the description and on my channel. So with this, I hope to see you in the next video.
Så flott. Ja, det kan nesten spise det.
Det Knut Vikshåland, han er som maler, som du sikkert skjønner.
Ja, jeg har malt charten blant annet, og sånn. Jeg vet ikke om du har sett det på Palmhuset.
Ja, det har jeg. Men det der var nydelig.
Du får google navnet.
Knut Knut har også trent her i 30 år nå snart, så svart belte.
Ung mann.
Snart 37 da. Men prøver å holde oss unge da.
Ja, men det
Og
ser jeg jo at
trening er jo veldig viktig. Jeg har skytt ut begge hoftene på grunn av dette greiene her også. Og så har jeg prestert å ødelegge den ene med overtrening som skytter ut den.
Å nei, å nei.
Men sånn er det. Sånn er det.
Og du smiler fremdeles.
Ja da, man må jo det. Så lever jeg jo egentlig jeg.
Ja, og du har jo stor glede av det der.
Ja, det der har jeg veldig stor glede av. Så det blir du er jo kunstner selv, da, så det var derfor de ville...
Tusen takk, det var veldig...
Jeg stod på klokken 80 i dag morgens og malte på dette bildet.
Gjorde det?
Og så ville det bli litt matt, så jeg tok med meg en liten mellompermis til deg, og du er jo kunstner selv.
Ja, men jeg holder ikke på med maling, jeg trykker.
Kan du legge på et lite lag om 2 måneder?
Jeg gir meg oppskriften.
Ja, det
Kan det gå bra?
Jeg skal få en maler til å gjøre det for deg, du kjenner den masse.
Ja, da.
Ok. Ja.
Det er en liten gave som vi har logo på.
Du kan ha med på tur.
Ja, ja, ja.
Så det er 2 stykker.
Tusen takk.
En til deg og en til kongen.
En til kongen og en til meg, ja. Tusen takk. Tusen takk.
Så...
Ja, tusen takk for meg.
Ok, kjør i opp! Kjenne!
Det er gang. Kom!
Ok, Nilser. Ha det bra.
So here we go. First I'm going to do is to show you how I ground the canvas, and I just also want to show you what I use as a canvas. It is a linen canvas with 2 layers of, now 1 layer of gesso probably. I buy this in the store, finished grounded. But to remove the linen texture, I do this, and I do this in 2 layers. Now this is just some dirt taken on the canvas, so look away from that. I really recommend that you do this, that you remove the main, unless you are in love with the linen texture, unless you're going to use it actively in your painting. That is a part of your painting process. You can keep it, of course, or you can also choose where you put on the more gesso. But I like to do it this way because now I can actually control where there is texture and where there is not much texture, which I find to be quite important. Also, when you do figurative paintings like this, you can easily get into the problem that this, if you don't remove the texture of the linen, it kind of will disturb the depth. So when you want this to be smooth, and this to have more textures, and this to be in the background and be in the shadow, if you have the texture, it will create small shines that sends out light, so you won't actually be able to control the light coming from there. Because I work in a sculptural way, I kind build all the different textures, and I build thick colors where I want light, and I keep it down where I don't want it. I need to control the whole process. Just a little bit more. So, just put on a little bit more. I will now let this dry, and I will put on one more layer, and then I put on the tone afterwards. So you can see I probably get some questions about these things, so maybe you want to see the full process. Yay! Okay, that was layer number. So here we are, layer number 2 of this. It has dried a little bit now, and when it has dried, you can actually suddenly see some of the texture again. And I will then cover it one more time, and that will actually fix it. It will take away the last. If there is a little bit, you can live with that. You can paint over it and use the paint to do that. But I like to get away as much as I can. Since this also is painted from a photo, it is even more important, I think, because the texture in the painting will be a little bit different than if it was done from a still life that is actually in front of me. That has to do with the way we see shapes and stuff. So I do actually paint it like it's gonna be a kind of a 3D, but when you paint from a photo, I noticed it becomes a little bit less 3D than when I paint from a natura, as they call it, natura morte. Okay, there's something here now. Well, I can turn it upside down. There's kind of a no there and there, but I'm turn it upside down. That'll be fine because it comes in the front. In the front there will always be a little bit more texture than, yeah. I'm not gonna, what you can do if you want to build and maybe even save some, if you want to save some paint, you can do use a brush. And you can go in with the gesso. Now, I was telling that was going to be upside down, so I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna change it. Do like this. So, it's kind of more smooth up here. So it's going to be smooth up there, so it's quite important. Anyway, in the foreground here I can actually go in and I can start creating some textures already in the front. I can add some more paint, some higher levels. This is a photograph, so if this was a real still life I would actually go probably a little bit further. What you also can do, of course, is that you can also go in and you can build, if it's a, say it's a brick, you can go in and you can actually build some brick textures in it, just do some stony textures. This is a photograph, so I'm not gonna make any thick colors here, because I wanted to it's not gonna be kind of photographic, but I want to keep that low level, kind of the smoothness of the canvas. And there is small textures all over anyway, that gives it a little bit of life. So this was the second. The next I add some some tone. So I'll do that in the next segment. So there we are. Now this has dried. I just wanted to show you the gesso I use. It's gesso from La Crux or Lascaux, maybe that's what it's pronounced. I use that because it's quite thick, it's more clay-like, and it covers better the surface. Now I'm gonna, usually when I tone the canvas, I use raw umber from Winsor Newton, because it has this greenish tone to it. The one from Old Holland is more against the brown, but in this one I'm going to use Van Dyke brown from Old Holland. That's because much of it here is actually Van Dyke brown, and I don't actually have more of the Winsor Newton right now. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to do like this, and I take ordinary turpentine, and I just do like this, a thin layer to cover it, and I do that so that I can actually start building light directly. It kind of makes the sketching process easier for me. So that's what I'm going to do. I just take away as much color as I can, because this is going to be quite dry. I don't want it to be oily. That is why I don't put any oil into this process here. I just try to make it to kind of swell into the canvas a little bit, to the gesso, I mean, sorry. And just a nice tone, not too much, not too little, maybe a little bit too little. So then I just take this again and I do like this and tone it down a little bit. Now this gives a very neutral, a little bit, tiny bit brownish, reddish, not reddish, but yeah, brownish tone, also a little bit bluish. So that's what I'm doing for now. Okay. Okay, here we are. I'm gonna start this now, and as usual I will start just measuring the size, and the size is basically 1 down there, a little bit under 1. So, but also I can do like this. That's a good thing. I can just kind of, since that's the good thing about hanging it beside like this. I just go over here and I set this, and then I go up here and I see that this light area is approximately there, and it is 1 and a little bit and it is 1 and a little bit, so it's basically in the middle, and therefore it is like this, this and this. So the next thing I do then is actually starting with the light areas. I'm gonna try to build this sketch a little bit more slowly and a little bit more correct, because if I add in too thick colors, it's going to take a long time to dry. And this is also a photo, so I'm trying to do it a little bit more photorealistic, but of course, as usual, I will do what I usually do, and that is creating a more sculptural representation of it. That is how my brain works, so that is what I want to do. But I'm going to be a little bit more careful here in the sketching process. I do have until the 25th of February to do this, and it is probably going to be a gift to the Norwegian Queen, because my taekwondo master got the King's medal for what should we call it in Medal of Honor in a way, for contributing to the Norwegian society. Has been a very great guy for sports. He's actually originally from Pakistan. Came here in the, I think it was in the 70s, and for work, and he stayed, and he got some half Pakistani and Norwegian kids, daughters, I think he has, and yeah, because one of them is actually doing some art. That's quite fascinating, and he has been a very good, what should we say, he's been helping kids and creating a very good environment for youth and stuff, because in Oslo there has been a lot of gangs and stuff like that, so he has been a very positive force for the youth of Oslo, Norway, and that's why he gets this medal. And the Queen is coming to visit the taekwondo club, and I was supposed to paint another apple, or I actually had. They asked me if I had some kind of art they could give her as a gift, and I said yes, and I had this one painting that I was doing, but I waited way too long to finish it. Now when I was going to finish it yesterday, it had totally collapsed, and there wasn't any, and it was changed so much that I just have to redo the whole thing, because it's now basically a dying apple, and it has changed so much that I can't really finish it as it is, so I just need to paint a new one. So that's why I'm painting this now, and I'm going to try to finish it in just a few days now, and it should be possible. Well, it has to be possible, simply. So that is why I want to try to go slower with the thick paints and try to make a nice painting. The Queen is, I have to say, I'm more like a Republican. I think having a royal house in Norway is quite ridiculous in 2025. I think it's one of the things we should leave behind, and that despite I actually think the Crown Prince and the King and these people are doing quite a good job to represent Norway, but I think the idea of inherited power, which it actually is not rational. It's a religious thing, and I think it's time that society moves away from this old archaic forms of governmental rule. So that is my opinion about royalty and stuff, but it is what it is, and that's what people in Norway want, so that is what we got. And I don't think they do much harm. They don't do harm. I think maybe they are upholding kind of a form of irrational nationalism that I also don't like that much. I mean, celebrating our Independence Day in a way that would make a German blush. As they say, if the Germans celebrated their national day like we do, we will start running to the bomb shelters. I've seen that one before. Well, the same thing in Japan, if the Japanese start to celebrate their national holiday like we did, you know, probably. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I think it should be gone by now, but it isn't. So. But anyway, the painting is going to be a gift to her from the club. Of course, it kind of honors me a little bit also. So. Yeah, hopefully I will get it finished. If not, this was just a rant. And yeah. But I think it's probably going to happen. It's next Wednesday, and I know that I work very fast when I get started. So 1, 2. I need to measure it like 1 and 2, and it was actually 1, 2, and a little bit. So 1 and 2. Okay. Already now I've done some mistakes here. I made it probably maybe too high up, maybe. See now if I go here, I go, maybe I just did it too high, too tall, too big. This is so easy, and I think one of the reasons why it's so easy for me to kind of start making the painting too big is simply because there is so much light coming out of the photo that my brain interprets it like it's bigger. So my brain wants to paint it bigger because there's so much light, and of course that is not true. So yeah. My girlfriend is also coming by tonight, so she can do a Q&A while I'm painting this sketch. That can be quite nice. I can post a little video about still life painting, maybe as a trailer or prequel to this, like this, and like here. No, I just love this thing when I draw the first things. It's so open and it's so lovely to work with. It's just amazing. Now the thing is that when I did the other apple, it seemed like such a good idea. And I was about to make an exhibition that I had in my home city, home Iceland, Karmøy, last fall. And I had picked these apples from a tree outside here. You've probably seen one of the videos on my YouTube channel. And I was so ready for... I did so many paintings at the same time that I thought, okay, I'm going to sketch up one more because, you know, more. Sometimes my brain thinks more is more, and I started on, but I couldn't finish it. And then I didn't really like it that much, and you know, something, you know, was kind of plump, and I couldn't really get the colors right, and I didn't work on it. And sometimes can actually come to a point where you just don't know if you like something. And if I should give advice, maybe I would say if you don't like something you just started and you feel like it's going to be very difficult to finish it, not because it's difficult, because every painting can become quite difficult, but if you don't like the composition or the choice of colors or stuff like that, just stop, you know, maybe just stop. maybe that's the best way to do it, because that painting I'm talking about became just it's almost like it's holding you back, because you go around annoyed thinking about it and you never get really started doing anything with it, and it just becomes very annoying. So yeah, anyway. Okay, maybe I should get in some more of the... Now this one goes, of course, and it's very hard to see. I'm gonna... I should show you. I want to show you after I'm done with this. Maybe at the end of this video, I'll see what I do. Because I wanna finish the other one too, because I have a very long video to it, and it can also be kind of a thing I can keep myself and just saying, well, I failed there, and that's okay. But you know, just hanging on my own wall, like a reminder what not to do, or something. Also possible. There's some. I love this. There's kind of a very yellowish spot right there. That will certainly help. And when I do it from photo, it is, especially when it is so many colors that are close to one another, it is a little bit easier to paint it, because it's it doesn't confuse my brain as much as an object sometimes do, because there's so much more. It's almost like the brain have more problems absorbing the information when it is. This one actually goes further down like this, and that was maybe what I did wrong in the beginning. And you have that leaf coming out here. I'm just trying to also keep that leaf down a little bit in the beginning, because it is quite down. I also tend to, when I see some colors, I tend to kind of pour in way too much colors and stuff, and it can easily become a little bit too much. So I just want to be a little bit more careful with what I do. And I also use my mirror, of course. Mirror, mirror on the wall. So, and here is the... Also, it's thicker, because now it's just a one. It was one and a little bit, and now it's basically one and a little bit too much. So that is what I do. It never becomes exactly as, but I try to move closer and closer to it as I go along. No, that was just totally wrong. That was Prussian blue, and that is a horrific, a vivid color. So be careful with. It's a very nice color, but it's extremely potent. So be careful with it. Yeah, that was more correct. Now I see it's more correct. And I think I want to fill in a little bit. Just use some more Van Dyke. and fill in here. And I think it's gonna be maybe like this. Maybe more like this. Rounder, and it kind of leans more this way. And yeah, therefore it has to go a little bit further there. Oh, it's still one. No, it's okay. Yeah, now it's one and a little bit. So try to avoid too many mistakes when we start, so that way it will be easier for me to finish it. Also, I want to do another 1, 2, and a little bit. 1, 2, and a little bit. Oh, almost there. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit lower. I think it's almost there now. Hopefully. So it's going to be more easy to get the shine from underneath. One, this goes a little bit more out, and this one too goes a little bit more out, I think. Maybe I should use my mirror. If you use the mirror, that's also a good thing. I can use this. I can look at both the sketch and yeah, I think it's placed pretty well now. It's hard to say if it's how correct it is, but it seems to be coming. Yeah, maybe I should just do like this. Maybe go a little bit. No, okay, stay like this. Okay, and maybe I should just fill in behind here a little bit, or around the apple. Get that in. So I just the apple. I'll use my Naples gel, yellow gel or whatever it's called, and try to give it a. I'm using the Naples thing and Van Dyke to give it this yellowish color. As you can see here, it's quite yellow, and there it comes in this a little bit shine of the apple, which is very subtle. And yeah, I'm also going to start up my Patron giveaways, and I wonder if this might be painting still lifes and stuff from photo will be a better way to do that, because objects from real life takes a lot of time, and of course still lives is something everyone can have. If you paint a portrait or you paint a figure, it's not everybody who can have it on the wall, or want to have it, or want that person, or want a nude, or want you never really know what people want. So for my Patron, it might be better to do still lifes, only still lifes maybe. Of course, if I painted a small portrait of a known person like Brad Pitt or whatever, it might be better suited to everyone, but as you know, we can't really know what people want on the walls. You see, I go also a little bit, I try to keep it a little bit down here, because it's supposed to be a glass surface, so you don't want too much the most of the things, high areas, is going to be in the leaves, especially one coming down here, if you see one right here. That's the brightest points, and then you have one here, and so. But you I want to keep it kind of subdued, as it's called, and yeah. Also adding, you know, here you get the yellow, and you get the reddish, and you get the green, and you get all these nice colors as I progress. Here is more darker, so going dark, and I just yeah. Now it's just kind of keeping it open. Starting to sound like Bob Ross now, talking in this low voice, trying to be as kind as I can. I got so pissed off on the other apple yesterday that and you're gonna see that in the video. I really almost I kind of gave it up. I gave up actually making it for the Queen. I didn't give up on the apple, because I can always change it to how it is now. That is no problem. But it's kind of look like a 100-year-old smoker. It's so wrinkled and yeah. So go down here. Also, I want the apple that she gets. I want it to be actually look like an apple, and the apple I'm painting is, it doesn't really look like an apple, or you see it's an apple, but it doesn't have the apple cliche. This one is way more apple-like. You can actually see it's an apple. The other one, not so much. So. So I would say it's kind of strange that something else. It's not that this is. It's just an apple, you know. It's not rocket science or anything like that. So yeah, maybe I should add some darkness behind there. Yeah, as you can see, these sketches doesn't take that much time, really. Just when I get into the details, that is when it actually starts taking a lot of time. So, just going to do a wash now. See, I'm using a little bit of medium here because I need this to dry faster than I usually do because it's a little bit limited with the time I have. So you can say the first and the second layer is crucial to get it right, and then the rest is just adding more and more details into it. Yeah, I liked Van Dyke Brown, and you know, it is a little bit limited to what colors I actually use in a way, because yeah. It's a little bit limited, but in this one I go more into the darker. You see, now when I go over this, I just kind of add more of the same colors. That was the grounding color. And, yeah. So, oh, I've been training so much, my arm hurts. My arm hurts when I'm holding it up like this. Well, it was very liberating for me to just realize yesterday that I couldn't finish the other one, because it became this horrific nemesis. It's almost like you hate painting after a while. You just can't stand it, you know. And it was a good thing that I just figured out, you know, what's best is to just create something new. And that is what I decided to do. It was a smart move. Listen to that inner voice that tells you that this is simply not going anywhere. Well, it is going to go somewhere, but not in the way I was intending to from the beginning. Here is my sweet girlfriend Amalie. She also has a YouTube channel. You'll find a link in the description, so go check it out. So say hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. She's gonna ask me some questions when I paint on this sketch, and yeah. Så kanske vi ska put this out like a standalone video just for fun. See what happens. I'm sketching this apple now. Another one. Yes, and I'm gonna try to keep it kind of. I would like to try to get a little bit closer to the photorealistic thing with these things. Let me see, where's my. Wo ist my pencils? Hier ist ein Pencil. Ja, I'm talking almost German. Yeah, Amalie, do you have anything to say about your own paintings?
My own
Tell a little bit about yourself, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Everybody.
Yes. And
What should I say?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's why I asked you. So, why do you paint? I'm not gonna ask you some questions. Why do you paint?
Yes.
Why do you paint?
Mentally ill or something.
Huh? What?
I'm mentally ill.
Now tell me about that. What's your diagnosis? What's your diagnosis?
I have some brain dysfunction thing.
So what's it? What is it called?
I don't know.
You don't want to talk about it?
No.
You don't have a brain dysfunction. That's true. That's you're smart and kind and fun and a little bit awkward like me sometimes. So I can't see what's wrong with you. I don't think. Maybe it's society that is the problem. Is society, you know. We have somebody to blame. Anyway, what about painting? Tell me. Tell me. You want to tell me? What are you painting right now?
I am also painting a still of flowers.
Flowers. Yeah. And how is it going?
I think it's going well.
Why?
Because I have always struggled with flowers for some
Okay,
reason.
you have.
So, but I feel like this time I got it.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, yeah.
That's good.
At
Because-
least the roses,
Yeah.
because
yeah.
there's a lot of different flowers. But I feel like I.
Now I see how you paint, and you paint very much like the same way that Varnish would do. The same very quite slow process. And you have them kind of the hyper what do you call it, hyper focus, is that what it's called? Would you say that you have hyper focus? I'm more sloppy in my painting in the beginning, so I actually have to become more mindful, maybe go a little bit more back to what I used to do when I used to use a little bit more care when I was sketching, and maybe, but I also like some of the sloppiness in a way, because it gives me some immediate texture to work with. But if you do some mistakes, it's horrific. It's like that portrait I'm painting now. I did some mistakes and I had to change the arms, and I have to do a lot of changes because I become a little bit complacent and kind of moved a little bit too fast. So, yeah. I believe sometimes I'm better than I am, and then I got slapped by it. You made a short for me, maybe?
Yeah.
A short? A couple of shorts? A little bit, like a half minutes maybe. So, so you can tell me something, ask me something, and you do, maybe. See?
Why are you painting an apple?
Why I'm painting an apple? That is almost like a why do you exist? Or why do you paint at all? No, why I paint an apple? Right now I'm painting an apple because it's probably gonna be a gift to the Queen of Norway from the Taekwondo club because of some stuff which I explained in the beginning of this video, so I don't need to repeat that. And I paint it because I kind of like it. I always liked apples. There's something with them. They also have a symbolic value. You have the contrast between the green and the red and all the other colors. I don't know, I have a fascination for craniums, I have a fascination for flowers, apples, onions and bricks. Basically, I don't know why, it's just something with them. They're all different, but they all look alike. Yeah, and it's hard to tell, you know, why? So.
And okay, you probably choose this apple because it has some weird things going on in the skin.
Yeah, that's also true.
Also the leaves are very interesting. The leaves are also very interesting.
The leaves, the leaves
so
are...
If it was like a perfectly round and very even apple, it wouldn't be that...
No, it's just to see the whole thing that happens here is just brilliant. And there's also some very smooth colors underneath that reflects the light from here. So there's so many things to work with. And you know, I did more quicker sketchy of this series, and right now, and that was actually sold. I put it out on YouTube, but I think I want to do more of this. I also have a lot of rose still lifes that I did a few years ago, which is really nicely photographed. So I would like to do some more Vermeer-like types of things from photo also, and not just pour in a lot of textures and try to plan it better. Go a little bit deeper. Let's see now, is this okay? Yes, it is. You see, I'm trying to put in some leaves, but I'm not going to... What I did the last time was just sketch very fast, but I'm trying to keep this a little bit more subtle and build it in a more slow pace, so I get it more right, like you have this here, and just sketch it a little bit, kind of, and maybe let it also dry before I start adding too much light and stuff, you know, just try to get it. This is the wrong color, of course, but it doesn't matter in the beginning, but it's going to be over painted anyway, so this one, like this. Is it more like what is called a griselle? What is it called again? When they paint kind of just one tone paint. Do you remember the name of that?
No.
Griselle?
Isn't that the same as underpainting?
Underpainting, yeah. But there's a word for it. There's a, like this, and just trying to get the sketch more correct, because in the apple I painted, when I started to go deeper, I saw that I had done a lot of mistakes in that too, because I went too fast, and that is why I'm giving myself too much extra work when I go too fast. So I should be more careful with the sketches. However, I don't want to be so careful that I actually start using kind of diagrams and lining things up and stuff. I want it to be a little bit more dynamic than that. So, see here. Okay, does it look... So, do you have another question for me? Huh?
No, du check it.
Craig. I was arguing about Donald Trump with Craig. stops. So when I change an opinion, or have an opinion, I usually thought through it. And anyway, let's see here now. Small. Try to do it a little bit more. Also use, of course, the mirror to get it kind of right. Because when I, as I said also in this video, when I don't add in so much color in the beginning, it will dry faster. So I just put it over the oven until tomorrow, and it's basically dry enough to be able to paint over, and then it can just go a little bit further. This one is going to be. It was actually correct. This my brother came with these later, but the one you printed was actually also correct. It was just, that is funny because it was like when I saw it on the photo, it seems more distant, but when I got it on print, it came more closer. So my brain thought it was smaller. No, that the apple was bigger, but it was correct. So nothing wrong with your printer. Yeah. It's funny because when I went to school, I had this teacher, because I was sitting there drawing and in my own kind of space, and she told me that kids that was doing this was stupid.
Doing what?
Drawing. Being in my own space. So that is kind of, and I didn't, he also didn't get much help with my dyslexia and stuff. It just, you're not doing your homework. But then in the end you don't want to do your homework because you can't get it right anyway. And of course, but so this thing that one feels, not necessarily feels so normal. It's kind of a strange thing, really, to talk about what is normal. We want to be normal, but what is normal? Normal sounds to me like being quite boring and not thinking too much, and stuff like that. So is normal a good thing? Good thing? I don't think so. Do I totally miss the mark here? So, did you find any question from me?
I didn't like these questions.
Huh? What was it? It's the same thing as all ones?
Yeah.
Let's say something actually. There aren't that many new things one can actually say about certain things. You know, when you have said it, you kind of it's like, why do you paint apples? And the question, the answer could just be, why not? But as you said, this apple has kind of more to it, because there's Also this one comes up like this and it's here. So then there's a lot of stuff happening in this. If the question were, why do you paint this apple? I guess the answers would be what you said, you know, because it's a lot of stuff happening in it. And I wouldn't choose any apple. I will always go for the apple that has a little bit of personality in some way. An apple that has some special features. So yeah. So do you have any goals with your painting? Any goals? Any aspirations? Were there any more questions there? See. I think the distance, yeah, so this goes up, this goes more down, but all of these things is like, here, just keep it down so it's easier for me to fix it, just work a little bit in between. What does it say? Nothing interesting. Nothing interesting.
What challenges do beginner artists face when attempting still life painting?
What challenges? I think. I mean, there's many. It depends. It depends a little bit. You know, some people aren't that good with composition, and they don't understand the placement of the object. Remember when I told you in the beginning, when you put maybe the object in a kind of a wrong place or something, yeah. You focus on getting it kind of at least in some, yeah. So that's a challenge, and then you have of course the sketching, getting it right on the surface, and I struggle with that myself. Today I had to change it, and I see this is kind of, I painted it a little bit more this way, I need to paint it more this way. So it is basically the same things that you struggle with no matter what level actually are at. But on a different level as you become better. So, if there is anything you should think about, or things you should think about, it is how do I paint things that is in the back to what is in the front. How do I differentiate the different textures and structures with brushwork. So it kind of stuff like that is the challenges, and it kind of never stops. It just keeps on being moved to a different level. It is like playing chess, you know, when you start the first time, you don't know how the different bricks are going to act or how they move, and then you learn that, and then you learn, okay, how the most obvious things, how you lose your, how do you get, how they are supposed to move, and then you kind of move to a different level, and you start seeing patterns, you start foreseeing the future, and it's basically the same thing as painting. So chess and painting is the same thing. Everything is actually the same thing. Wouldn't you say? That is all about being able to foresee the future. But learning composition, or like when I see my apartment, it's quite messy, but I like what's it called? I like symmetry. And I see you like symmetry, yeah. My mother is also a symmetry, and there are people that it doesn't come that natural to them, and maybe they aren't that artistic, that the most artistic people actually are able to see symmetry more easily. You see, now I had painted this leaf too big because it's bright. So I painted it too big because it's bright, and then I looked at it, and a second thing, I had painted it too much this way, and then I had to measure it like this and see, hey, it's actually in the line here. And I painted it way too much over there. So why did I do that? Because I didn't see. I painted a symbol instead of actually seeing. Now when I actually see it, it's obvious that I put this in totally wrong place. So that is a struggle. I have been doing this for many years, and you can just think how it is for a person who hasn't done it for so long to get it right.
That's why I don't like sketching.
You don't like sketching, no?
No, it's so hard to get it in the right
Yeah,
place.
yeah, it really is. And that is why I told you to use more time on the sketching. So you don't have to change everything. It's so frustrating. But you know, you learn from that too. I kind of learned, me having to move this now. I learn from it, okay? That's why I would say that one of the challenges that people, the lack of humility, this need to get it right, because it kind of gives a sense of identity or something, can very much lead to people don't handle doing mistakes very well. Okay. So if you're not the type of person who doesn't handle actually facing your mistakes, is not much to learn. You know, this helps just looking at it in the mirror. Now it actually seems to be falling into right places. Of course, I will have to change it, and yeah, actually, if you look now here, it's also good to look at it this way, because now I can see, you know, I have to go a little bit more out there, and you see, it's easier to see now actually. There are some small mistakes, but yeah. So ChatGPT, I didn't have anything more to ask.
And check if I find something interesting.
I do know that you hate talking about your paintings and stuff. I hate talking about it. So I feel kind of bad that I asked you now. But it's okay. So as they say, people ask you, nobody can force people to answer. It's not everything that has an answer. See now. Yeah. So this sketch is so kept down. And this one is way too far out. It's all the way up there. Why? And I saw it actually because I couldn't place this shadow, you know. It was because I painted this way too far out. And this one is probably further down. And yeah. For some reason, my brain experiences these leaves as very huge. Okay? And that is why we can't trust our brains, because it sees in symbols. Don't trust your brain! Yes. Okay. Now you can ask. Now.
How does the choice of brush affect the texture in still life painting?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It has a very profound thing actually. If you choose these, what's called pig brushes, you know, they leave traces of brushwork. And they kind of leaves the colors inside also the brushwork. If you kind of grab different colors, you can actually make some kind of say that you want different colors into a brushwork. You can kind of grab the red and the yellow and say some white, and you don't mix them too much. You just grab them and you kind of just stroke like this, and it leaves the colors kind of clean inside the brushwork. Okay, so inside here they kind of are competing with each other, and you can compete. You can actually add more. You can then grab some, if you want some, if you see some yellow somewhere, you can, and there's some red like down here, you can do like this. And I kind of mix I put the colors in almost like a micro, almost like, it is a form of micro impressionism, okay? because you're not actually mixing the colors together too much. You just kind of mix them inside the hairs of the brush. Then you have brushes like this, which is way more smooth, and you want the shadow that doesn't really stick out. You don't want any texture in it, and then you just do like this, and you don't get any texture of the hairs, and it becomes kind of deeper. There is no thickness, there is no sculptural clay-like, so it falls deeper in. And you can do the same thing behind here. Instead of using a brush with hairs, you can take a brush which is also synthetic brush, can work very well for that, for shadows. And then you get way smoother. Okay, smooths out much better, and then the contrast between these two becomes even bigger. Okay, so that's how you do that. You don't want the same texture in the shadow, and that is very important. That is also why it might be a good idea to plan and use a little bit more time on the sketch, so you don't do too many mistakes, because if you do a very big mistake from the beginning, you will have problems removing the texture from the brush. You can of course use sandpaper and stuff like that to kind of get it, get away, but you see what I mean? This is like so being a little bit careful while you're sketching this, and you can use different brushes for different things. But also, if you use brushes that is, you also want, this is a glass thing, so it stands on, and you also want something inside. You don't want a shadow that doesn't have any trace of what's underneath here. So maybe from the start you make some very subtle brush strokes here, and then you can go over it after that again with brushes that leaves more brushwork behind. And if you wanna, of course, if you want this effect and you want to build a light behind here, you have to kind of go back to using, if you want some lot more contrast in the light, you need to kind of use a different brush again to give it some texture. Okay, and you see what I mean. Now I guess I have also painted this wrong. There's so many things I've done wrong here. I start to see it now. Damn. But anyway, it's the first bang, so yeah. I painted also this one bigger than it is, as you know. So, and this one needs to, yeah, you know what I mean, yeah. This one comes more out, you see, it comes further down. Painted it too high. You see that? You do like this, and it's all going to be all the way down here. So I do so many mistakes now in the beginning, it's just laughable. And that is why I need to go kind of back to school. In a way, back to my own school, of course. and tell myself that, hey, you need to start focusing better when you sketch, because changing everything, of course changing some things can have also a good return, because you actually leave some over time, some more textures and some more paintedness to it. But yeah, blah blah blah. Any question? Any more?
What are the differences between loose and detailed brushwork in still life painting?
Oh yeah, loose. Yeah, that is looser is more like impressionism, when you kind of just shape it with looser brushwork, and you kind of vary the pressure you put on the brush to create different brush thickness or yeah, in the brushwork. When you go more into detail, you have to be way more careful, and you go down to a different level where everything you do has greater consequences for the result, because you can't just add a lot of colors and brushwork and hope that the details is just gonna appear. You have to take more and more control as you go along, like I'm doing here. Like in here, I'm now going actually more for detail than I usually do in a sketch, and I then have to take more care about what I'm doing. The very difficult things are actually getting this to feel round, but of course now it's just a first sketch, so. But anyway, I've seen people on YouTube that actually are capable of getting it almost finished in one go, but usually they of course doesn't have a much deeper sculptural substance. It's more like I would say more like superficial. It's rendition, or well, it's more superficial. It doesn't go into deeper substance or deeper sculptural reality of the things. So, but they are very much specialist in creating believable sketches or believable paintings of just one layer. I think that is a cop-out. I like to tear down the first sketches and add on to them and build on it, so to give it more sculptural reality. So that is my way anyway. So okay, you see now I almost got it there. You see it looks suddenly more like an apple. And you can specialize yourself in getting it almost finished, the first layer. Okay? But then you have to be, of course, very careful and very focused. Yeah. See, now I'm using this, and it's I think it's synthetic, but it imitates these pig things quite well. When I go into very deep detail, I might use these the thinner synthetic. When I really want to, in the end, when I go in and I start molding these small things, you know, you want this to, see now? Just starting to, and if I kept doing this for hours, I would actually be able to make this kind of look like a finished apple that you could actually accept. But I usually don't work like that. You see now, it looks more and more like an apple because I'm more careful with what I do and the approach. But what will be very difficult in just one layer is to get all these things that is happening to actually, and also to get this sculptural thing, that it comes more and more out. That will be very difficult with. But I will make it look like this, but without substance. And I'm a sucker for substance. So yeah. So yeah. You look like you're freezing, darling. Do you want to go on? Huh?
It's cold.
Do you want to warm yourself a little bit at the oven?
Yeah. Maybe.
Huh?
I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Because ChatGPT used the word I don't think I've heard for.
Okay.
Scumble.
Scumble?
Så SCUMBLE. Scumbling.
Scumbling?
Is that something you do?
I've never heard about it.
It's a technique to make transitions more soft, and it says it's to make a color less brilliant by covering it with a thin coat of opaque or semi-opaque color applied with a nearly dry brush.
Okay, no, I haven't actually done that.
And it's
Oh,
it's supposed to soften the lines.
I could actually picture that. That's more like what I call glazing. Probably what I do when I glaze. And I take away some, it kind of maybe looks like that. Say that, I can understand what, I think I do that kind of automatically without actually thinking about it. It's like if you have a very strong line, say here, it kind of looks, say that I have painted it very, very bright here, okay, I added too much white or whatever, and I want to make the transition between this and what's behind there. I might bring in a color that is a little bit mixed and then just add it just over that, you know, when it's dry first. Or I might just add in what you also can do is that I bring in what's behind here and I gotta mix the what's behind and this together like this, and now it kind of disappears. And then if I want to bring it back up again, I just go in and I just add a little bit more brightness to it, and I still keep mixing these two colors together. So in the end there won't be any real line. If you go really deep into it, there won't be a real line, but it kind of looks like that because the line here in the photo is very strong. But if you actually go into it, you will see that you can't really work out totally where it goes over to the background. And maybe that is what they mean. I haven't heard that word before, but I recognize what you mean. And going in and kind of taking colors over like that, and then maybe even using a paper on it to just glide these two colors into the whole thing can probably be a good idea. Yeah, I haven't tried it like that before, but that is how I use the glaze to make that happen in a way, and then I work on top of the glaze again. So, and you can also, when it has dried, you can glaze, microglaze. You can just take if you want it to be a little bit more, like if I want this white to be more vivid, I just go over it with a with a clean red, and then it seems like the light actually comes from the apple, because it seems like the light is coming from underneath, which it kind of actually does, in a way. Yeah, it's like it becomes a mirror. Yeah, because this is a mirror. It is a mirroring of the light, so it comes from underneath actually, in a way, because that light comes from where the skin stops being transparent. So it comes from underneath, in a way. Yeah. Actually, it was a very good question, because I haven't thought about it like this before. And when I have to explain it now, it kind of makes a little bit sense. You know? I do like this. Now I go down. You should never do. That's very dangerous. But then I do like this to kind of get it back. Because if you do like this, it becomes too... You see some people who are, if you have some cloth, or they paint the cloth like this, it hangs over her shoulder like this, or, you know. But the way to do it is like this, and then maybe like this, and then that. So you create both the sculpture and the direction at the same time. And you see that in all the classical paintings. And there is actually just one way to make classical paintings. There is only one technique that actually work to get basically the best result. And that is directions, brushwork, different layers of brushwork, different different pressures. Like here, this one is quite smooth and has a different, so I'm just going to smooth it out a little bit so I don't have to fight with textures I don't need. Is it relatively correct now? There's something, maybe there, maybe it's higher. And this one is just totally wrong. I painted symbols, you see. But I'm not adding in too much thick colors now, so I don't have to do so much changing. So many changes. Ooh, my arm hurt. You were talking about your arm hurt when I hold it up now. Oi, shit. Yeah. Maybe I should just wait with the rest and let it dry for tomorrow. And then, I wanted to put in actually the shine of the red. The shine of the red. This one, maybe like we were talking about, maybe here it could actually be a good idea to do that later, when you know, because this is actually gonna, you see? It's strange, the peace I get when I paint. It's weird. It's weird. Pleasure. It's kind of. Do you feel that pleasure when you paint?
Yeah.
When you get into it?
Mm.
And what is that pleasure? What will you say it is? Is it the silence, or what do you think?
Mm.
No comment? Huh? Yeah, okay, can you explain a little what you feel when you get into that? No? Probably writing an essay in your head right now. Huh? No answer? The good thing about painting from photo is that it kind of doesn't change that much every time you look at it. When you have a real still life, you tend to change more in your head for every time you kind of look at it. Hmm. What do you think? Is it becoming something?
Mm.
You see how it would work if I was wanting this to become more like a finished product? Probably I haven't tilted it enough. There's something in my head. Maybe it's this down here. But it's almost like my brain struggles with tilting it. I don't know why. It's weird. Okay? But anyway, I need to do much more on it today. Because, yeah. Was it any... You don't have a good answer to what the feeling is?
No.
No? What I feel is just almost a release from my own thoughts or something. Or it's kind of the focus that just gives me such peace and happiness and a sense of being, or there's so many cliches, but it's kind of true. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna leave it at this. It's not perfect, but it's good enough to, and that's a problem, I keep on touching. I always start touching it. And I just need to get this like this. There's something, maybe this has to be a little bit more in and this a little bit more out. This is so difficult, you know, this one and it comes out and you know the tilt there, you see that? Hmm? Do you see what's wrong with it? Is it this that isn't long enough out or down or what is it? Does it have to be more like this? Why does not? It's almost.
I
You
feel
see?
like maybe it should
Huh? Yeah.
bend maybe here.
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. It's weird. Anyway, I will fix it. I will fix it. I'm getting hung up in it. It's very hard for me to stop. That too, this manic, you have noticed that yourself, haven't you? When you trying to stop and you can't really stop because it's always a little bit there, a little bit more. Always this thing. But yeah, I think that is. But it's gonna become nice. I see that. I kind of have placed it. There's something with that tilt there. And if this has to be further out, or if it is actually how I look at it, is it? Anyway, it's easier to see on the next level. Put in some more shadows here. These two, I always have problems with what it's that kind of thing there. That's always very difficult to get right. It's like, who was it who was able to draw a perfect circle? Was that Michelangelo? That could actually draw a perfect circle freehand. It is very rare that happens. No, Amalie.
Jeg skal sjekke hvem det var.
Actually start to look like apples now. Say it again. The thing with a perfect circle.
The most famous story about someone drawing a perfect freehand circle is Giotto di Bondone. Eller hvordan man sier det navnet.
Yeah. That is very difficult. I wouldn't be able to at all, actually. So yeah, Giotto and Michelangelo. No, who was it? And Leonardo? No, was it?
Yeah, although there's no specific record of him drawing a perfect circle freehand, his studies in geometry and anatomy suggest that he had an incredible ability to draw precise shapes.
Yeah. You can say that with a certain certainty, I guess. This is going to be a little bit higher. Go back there. This has to be lower. But this has to be a little bit higher. Like this. And this is a little bit higher. Like this. And then the shadow underneath here. You see there? There's a little detail. It kind of crosses over like this. And it comes behind there. So things like that. I'm gonna work on these things tomorrow. So, and these shadows I can do anytime. Anytime. Okay. Like this. Yeah, I think this is starting to fall into place. Or here. What do you think? Hmm? Do you think I did a nice sketch? Now you should say no. I don't think that.
No.
No.
It's not good enough.
This was a leading question.
To stay up all night and work with it. It's not
Yes.
good enough.
Yes. Men no, I think it was a little bit smart to keep it this down, toned. Hmm?
Yeah.
Instead of pouring in a lot of paint from the start. Because this was basically the way I used to sketch. Way with less paint. So, yeah, I think it's good enough for now. Hmm? And then I go back and I start doing it again. It's good enough for a queen. Sad I actually did say that, because if it doesn't happen after all, it would be weird, but then I have an extra painting, so. You see that little detail? Just fucking love this. Okay? Okay, we'll call it tonight. And yes. Ja, det var fint. Se. Se nå. Se på filmen.
Yeah.
See?
He's
Looks quite. Yeah. It's a little bit off in the shape there, but yeah. Okay, I see some things I want to correct, but I'm not going to do it now. So there we are today, and what I'm going to do is to add just a little. I'm going to start layer number 2, and it actually dried pretty fast. So I'm just going to put on this here, this very light. You see, it's not in the bigger area where it's not, where it's more color. It hasn't dried totally. But as I thought yesterday when I was painting on it, I thought it was actually, I would be able to make it dry, at least superficially, in one. There's a here, I don't want this in. There's a here, so I can do my DNA in 1,000 years. So, yeah. So, and I don't know if I'm going to put in a glaze, maybe I will. Yeah, just a slight glaze. I just need this to dry just a little bit, and then we'll start painting layer number 2. Now this painting is going to be very controlled. I'm going to work very slow, and yeah. And that's a challenge within itself. So, we just need to dry for a few minutes before I add the retouche. No, not the retouche, I mean the glaze. So, now you can also see how the depth came kind of popped out when I did the glaze. No, not the glaze, I mean the retouche Varnish. I'm actually a little bit sick today, so I might be off. I'm actually standing here having this cold goofs, as we call it in Norway. But I decided not to add any glaze to this now, because it's so in the beginning anyway. So I'll just start with the lighter areas. Let's start with this, I think. Just basically, yeah, add a little bit more color there. I have my glasses on today. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I felt kind of nauseated, so I'm better now, but I'm kind of had these freezing kind of goofs. We call it goofs. It's like the freezing thing goes down your spine and you so yeah. But anyway, I have to paint on this. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But I'm going to be careful so I don't start doing anything rash, and keep it very light. You see, I'm going in directions here too. Just try to find where different nuances is. So the good thing about Retouch Varnish is that it's quite sticky now, so the paint actually then mixes with it, so it sticks on the canvas. Same thing if I use a glaze now, but as I said, I saw no point in that right now. I need some French ultramarine. I think it must be one of my most important colors. The French ultramarine. It kind of helps me create shadows like here. So it's deeper. I'm not going to add very thick layers of paint in this, so I'm going to really keep it down and just try to get it to become a little bit photorealistic in a way. So yeah, neighbors are coming home, I guess. Also, I always try to mix the colors on the canvas, but I basically also mix a little bit on the palette, but it's more like this, as I explained earlier. I kind of just try to put them on here. Pure, so they keep their vividness, and then they get mixed with each other as they go along. I think this is becoming a little bit more correct actually. Zimzalabim. So least this is gonna look like an apple. The other one just didn't look like an apple. So and it's a Norwegian apple. Yes. Kind of shines from underneath there up into the apple, so I need to get that shine right. Those two, I need a little bit more orange, I think. Yeah, like this. Ooh, being sick is not nice. My hands are so cold also, it's crazy. So see now. There's this one coming out. See. Okay, it's coming up here. Basically. Has to be more, a little bit more color in it, a little bit more white, like this. Not anything thick. This one goes up here. This. Yes. This one is a little bit brighter. Giddy up, giddy up. So. Just a little bit of medium, so it dries fast. See over here. And that one is wrong. Yes. Okay. have to correct some small mistakes and stuff. And it's quite annoying actually, but that's how it is. See now. Yes, then it's kind of down here or something. No, like this. Actually, it's so little that actually can make or break it, so it's very important to get it right. So, and this one goes further in, notch there, and this one comes out all over here. This one goes from there and up like this. Yes. This. You know, it's when you get to the next layer like this is where it gets more difficult. The first layer, the sketching process is just great, you know, it's so easy, so giving, so spontaneous. And then it becomes more and more erotic. In the end, you are just chasing your own shadow. It's very important also to use the mirror to figure out we're just gonna wipe it out now. So just trying to kind of this, when I do this also, I actually manage to mix some of the medium into the colors because I go back and forth so much that every time I actually wash the pencil I get a little bit of medium into the pencil, which is very helpful for the drawing process. So, just want to see it a little bit better. I have to tone it down again. So. See. Well, it's getting there. Slowly, incrementally. What's always a very huge problem when I paint for Natura, it's always what it stands on. I always kind of have problem with figuring out exactly how it stands. And this one is actually hovering. It seems like it's hovering, and so that will maybe give a little bit problems, because if I'm not careful, I will make it hover a little bit too much. So just work this out. Totally wrong color inside there. Why did I put in red there? It's crazy. Must be my sickness. That should not be reddish, it should be bluish or greenish. So just do it like this. This too, but I can. It's okay. They are so close together, these nuances, that it's almost impossible to see the difference. So, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So, I need to get more light in there. Maybe I should use more of these actually, because it'll put in so much texture. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was actually better. So, fuck. Huh. Just so. So. There it is. That's why. Now I see small things all the time that I'm doing wrong. And as I said when I sketched it the first day, yesterday, so important to get the sketch right so you don't have to fight with a lot of unnecessarily problems, moving things around and stuff. So today is just trying to get it right. And so when I get it right, I can actually start adding more personality to it. Behind here too. To be down here, down there. Shit. God, I'm freezing. I'm really kind of sick to my stomach. So that's not fun. Enhance it a little bit in the front so I feel like actually getting somewhere. That can be smart. So just put in some more color here. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It feels like it stands a little bit more. Here too, just up it a little bit. And this one's not so long, so it comes all the way up here. But anyway, you see my point. I'm just gonna keep banging on for a couple of hours and then see what happens. Yeah. Okay, here we are. Do some more details on this with my weird glasses. You see now, just going to go in here, try to fit. I did a lot of work around it, just I had to adjust a lot because I of course did a lot of mistakes, and it's always difficult to see before you actually get past the sketching process where the mistakes are and stuff. But I feel, and I also was quite sick yesterday. I had some fever, but it passed now, so now I'm actually more able to do the work And that's exactly what I want to do. And so it's easier for me to see more details today because I don't feel like crap. I was sweating out everything yesterday, so usually when I get a virus into my body like that, it lasts for what, maybe 1 or 2 days, and I never really get really sick. So I mean, that's probably a good sign. If you always get the full throttle of influenza or something, you probably have a bad immune system and should maybe look into how you treat your body. So yeah. So you can see I feel I'm going into that hyper focus now immediately, and it's basically one of the most loveliest feelings you can do. I'm going to do some more close-up painting. Just going to do a little bit shorter on the distance here, then go in. Now people have told me that they want to see the photograph when I paint, and this is the way I can do it. It's the best way for me, because now I don't need to kind of have 3 cameras and edit in a lot of stuff. I'm gonna figure out maybe how to edit in the photograph, and maybe some clips of the palette and stuff, but my videos are basically for the people who likes my videos, and my long videos and are basically not that popular, but there is always that is a thing, you know. Sooner or later you will get enough people to watch to you want you know, if you're going to be famous, you need to do all of these tricks, you know, things that impress people easily, and I am not so good at that. What I like is basically doing slow things. My girlfriend says it's more like a ASMR or the ASMR, like the slow when people talk, you know, and maybe that's what I should do. Start whispering like this. But I think I fall between many different categories, so it's hard to say what I'm actually doing here. Anyway, it's what I do, so the best thing you can do is to be yourself and just do what is natural for yourself. And on a good day I earn a couple of dollars on my YouTube channel, and that's not so bad actually. Every income is good, I think. And slowly my channel is growing, and it's fine. Which I knew when I started back in 2011, that I could have been great success if I followed it up, but I never did, so that's so silly. And then my former channel was hacked, and then I went to prison for a year because of my stupid hobby. And I find that video about my prison, why I went to prison, on my YouTube. So, I'm trying to get this to come alive. The nuances here are so close together, really. I just need to get them to come alive. I think I want to try doing some photorealism. Not in this one, but go as far as I can. There is some techniques there that you have to do, I think, that kind of make, you have to kind of go in and you have to paint over and over and over and over and over and over to get it to become like that. And I would like to try, but I want to do it without any. I do suspect that even Philip Weber artist, that German guy I like, actually are using a projector when he lines up the paintings, and then it's the filling in of the paint that is the difficult, well, the part which he is amazingly fantastic doing, but he's not doing his sketches on freehand. I think they are way too perfect. I think that would actually be more, if you should do that kind of photorealism and not use any help from, you know, Vermeer made Clair Obscur. We use Clair Obscura, they say. Not in everything he did, of course, but much of it, they say. And but I would like to do it without that, without this kind of help, because it will make the process more difficult and just more interesting. I want to see how far I can push my brain. The further I can push my brain, the longer I will live. The more complexity my brain can handle, the more my brain will last. And I think that is very important. Anyway, it's very important for me. So that is what I'm trying to do. The thing I noticed that is quite difficult is the plasticity. When I have a photo like this, it is kind of more plastic in expression, so I have to add in some more life to it or texture to it. Maybe it's just I need to be able to repeat what I see in the right way. But anyway, it isn't easy. But you know, it's the challenge. The challenge. I do wonder how deep I can actually manage to go. But I need that time. Time is very important when you're going to do stuff like that. It is crucial that you have the time to go that deep. I wonder if Philip Weber artists actually use you should look him up, he's brilliant. But it's not half as brilliant if he actually uses projector. Not even half, you know. I would be really disappointed actually if he was surprised even because his paintings are so extremely detailed. But they are of course painted, if you go close to them, they are painted. There's not many layers, they're very, but there's not much thick colors like I put into my paintings to give it this this more sculptural dimension. But so yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna do my best, you know. Okay. I'm gonna do a close-up now, so you can actually see what I'm doing. So many things happening here. So yeah. It actually seems like this is hovering, and that's how it looks, you know. And that's actually how it is in reality here. So it's not something I do wrong. It's just that plate, the glass plate it's on, gives it that effect. So yeah. So now I need to lift this one up. Like this. So much happening down here. The different colors, the different yellows, and I kept it quite down actually. That is also one of the things with me. When I see a color, I tend to wanna exaggerate it. Probably because I'm a kind of a colorist or something. At least that was what I was called many years ago by Sissel, my teacher in drawing school. Seems so long ago now. This thing with time is just weird. And if I went to jail, if I, you know, the highest sentence you can get in Norway is like 21 years. I mean, it's way too little for murder and stuff like that, but that is how it is. It would actually go in a blink of an eye. Takes so little time. For the time to pass. Anyway. Try to get a little bit closer here. No. Ugh. Going too fast. I need to slow down. Whew. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Okay? So, anyway, I'm going to move a little bit closer in a new segment. There. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was 20 minutes anyway, so yay. So, here we are. I am going to do a little bit more details. Now, there is some problems here. One of the problems is that I have actually taken this too far this way and done it twice now. So it's starting to become quite annoying. And I think I fixed it yesterday, but clearly I didn't. I just kind of took it away and then I kind of added it back in again. So what I need to do is just go over this here like this, and maybe a different pencil. Go over this again, just annihilate it totally. The problem is also that I probably have to have this higher. You see here, this one is higher, or maybe this one is lower. I know I've done one thing wrong, or more than one thing, and that is the angle of the apple. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can actually see what I mean. See this, yeah. You can see there's a discrepancy here. I kind of tricked myself to go too far out. And that is also a very typical thing. You know, doing mistakes is almost like a cliche. You cannot do the same mistakes over and over again, because the brain always tricks you to think that something is totally different than it actually is. And when I thought it was kind of a motion that way, I moved this that way instead of actually making this go in like this. And this is the way it is, so I just need to cut it down a little bit. And also I noticed the apple started to grow. I started to make it bigger. And that is also one of the things you should avoid. When things start getting bigger, it is usually because you have made some mistake and you're trying to compensate the mistake by adding more. And what you should actually do is go for less. So please don't think that adding more to the apple or anything will solve that problem, because it won't. It just make it worse. Or any object you are painting. Probably told that story before about the girl in art school who started out with a small sculpture, and in the end she wasn't able to get the likeness and do it, so it just became bigger and bigger and bigger, and in the end it actually looked more like one of the Easter Island sculptures than what she was actually after. And she also used so much of the clay that there wasn't enough clay to other people. So in the end I had to tell her to stop, because you are using up all the clay. And of course, instead of saying, yeah, I did a mistake, I shouldn't have. No, she got angry and stuff. And that is that, did she learn anything from getting angry? No, she didn't learn anything. If she admitted she did something wrong, that her painting didn't pan out, and she basically just needed to tear down, maybe save some of the clay and then rebuild, and put some of it back, so other people can actually get some clay also. But no, anger. That was her remedy for that. And if you act like that, you will never ever become good at anything. That is a sure thing. It's harsh, but it's true. So whatever you do, that is why I say honesty and self-reflection is the building block for getting better at anything. Also painting, the same thing. So it's funny how just painting an apple can be so important and kind of be so devastating when I can't get it right. But that is how the artistic psyche is. It's like, it's very personal to me to get this right. If you don't have that, if you don't have that drive towards perceived perfection, it's hard to see that you can actually ever create anything good. And even if you do all the think the right way, do all the right things, you don't have any, like me, I never really feel that I reach perfection in any way, shape or form, but it's kind of it is my goal or my nemesis or whatever you would call it. It's what drives me towards getting better. And that is the only thing I'm after. Simply getting better. So simple. It's so easy to explain when you realize that your main driving force is actually creating something you think is good some way. Everything kind of falls into place. So yeah. See, now I need to get this right this time. Really seriously. I keep on painting symbols and it's so annoying. I see myself do exactly what I tell other people not to do. Yeah. I think also this went too high. Yeah. If I now move back a little bit. So I need the shadows here. Goes out like this. It has so much to give. To the painting. See, now I'm going kind of over it like this and just adding shadows that actually feel like shadows. Okay. back there and draw some brighter, some here, so it kind of links it better together. Like this. Oops. So. Yep. Then tone it down again. Yeah, that was kind of better, I think. Still, it needs more kind of this. Need to go down and more into the yellow again. Deeper. That was maybe too red. So we need to go more blue. More yellow, greenish. Actually, like this. Yes. And then we have this one behind here. Of course, I will tone that down as I go along. Now it starts to kind of come alive a little bit more. Oh. Yeah, I think that was better. I think. Do you think this might have to come further out and be more orange yellowish down there? Try to go in with this here. Now it's starting to kind of feel I want to go more out here, but I'm gonna take my mirror and have a look. And now it's probably, you know, this is also very important to measure. Well, it's basically the same size. See now there, and there. Yeah, it's not that much off. But I might think I went too far up there. Then I have to push this down a little bit. So many things to think about. Too many things. And this one also go down, down, down. Like this. And look at this. Behind here. Hopefully that will get better. And of course, so I need to teach myself to be more mindful about the sketching process, because now I have to move this again. It's so silly. And trying to get this right this time. Go away. Okay, if I go down here, yeah, I think that should be it, hopefully. Like that. And voila, it goes up like this. More down. And we have this one. It goes all over like this. And there's some very subtle lights behind here. Yeah. Behind there and here. This is so bloody difficult. It's unbelievable that something so insignificant is going to be this difficult. Oh, it's just exhaustingly difficult. It's exhausting, just bloody well exhausting. And this one also is wrong. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, just need some more light behind here. I think it became a little bit better. I don't know how much better. A little bit, maybe. Yeah. There's also a shadow coming from the cord. There's a shadow going over there. Yes, yes. Oh God. Main coat. Okay, I just need to kind of recuperate when I'm alone. I don't have to concentrate about talking or anything. I just need to get this shit right. Anyway. Something like that. Kind of looks better. I think, I hope. Anyway, it was 21 minutes anyway. Let me see now. Yeah. So here we are. I have been working around and around places here and gone into a little bit more detail. I see there are some different things that needs to be fixed. I do keep on doing this one wrong, and there's something in me that just wants to but I think I'm actually starting to get where I'm supposed to be, hopefully. Also there's a lot of shine in this because of the lighting. Of course when you look at the photo there's not so much shine because the photo is a 3D, and of course the motif in the painting is 3D. Yeah, did I say 3D or 2D? You know what I mean. Sorry if I pronounced it wrongly. Yeah, that's also. This actually can be a good thing to look at the painting through the lens, because when I do that I can actually see some discrepancies and kind of fix stuff that I see is a little bit wrong. Now just starting to clean up the cleaning process and adding some very small details and just trying to make it come alive. That is basically what I'm doing right now. It has to be more light on this side and tone it down on that side. Yeah, stuff like that. You hear it. So, here we are. Sorry about that. Just stopped working. So, it wasn't anymore. What do we call it? Space on the card, so it just stopped. Where I was actually going to do some more light over here and lighten up a little bit, because I actually can see when I look in the there's gonna be some more yellow or greenish here, not so much blue. And I also have to kind of work it up to this, so this transition, or whatever you call it, becomes nice. So how do we do that? We just move it towards there, like this. Figure out exactly how here. I hope you enjoy that. You can see the photo while I'm painting. It is quite dark behind there, but it is that subtleness, or it's kind of cleaner. And I also need to get this when I go brighter here. I mean, the further I go that way, the brighter it gets, and this becomes, of course, more way more darker. So like this. This. And like this. Yeah. I'm using, as usual, I'm using my, I always tend to forget that name again, it's ridiculous, I've been saying it a bit. Naples Gel Extra, or Naples Yellow Extra. I use that to kind of keep the yellowish down, and I then use, if I wanted to get into the more greenish, like over here, I kind of just add in some blue, French ultramarine or cobalt, depend on what I'm after, and I can bring it up and down with white as I go along. Also I can use my, of course, my Alsarin to push it down again, and go back and forth like this, trying to make it become more natural. But now, as you see, that line there has become a little bit too opaque, so I want to bring that one up. And it is basically in the reddish orange kind of, so I just need to keep it down at the same time as I bring it up, and it is having two thoughts in the head at the same time. Yeah. Like this. I want these two lines to kind of just merge very nicely. Direction like this. Can try to get it in there so the line kind of disappears here. And I have to tone it down again because I draw some reddish over it. This is what made Vermeer's paintings so extremely beautiful, because it's almost impossible to see where one line ends and one starts. And if you can actually understand that and maybe try to do that, you will have understood something very crucial about painting, classical painting. I wonder how much for an AI robot or something to really work with these things, how much capacity the computer actually needs to have. That is not little, I think, because I can actually feel how my brain just works totally overtime when I do that. Really do the work. As I'm not a photorealist, but it's also not going to be a cop-out to say, oh no, it's okay. I'm not really a photorealist. No. I wanted to become as good and as close to the object as I can. it also depends a little bit of how much time I have on the piece and stuff like that. Like this has to be finished in a few days, and that limits it a little bit how much I can actually, how deep I can go. That is why I should take now some photographs and go all the way, all in, take all my skill and just go totally nuts. I also have some photos of bricks, and I have some craniums. I have a bear cranium. I have so many interesting objects to work with, both from Natura and from photo. From Natura it becomes a little bit different. I think you don't want to go, that is not photorealism. Photorealism is photorealism, and there is some different properties to seeing an object and painting an object from reality compared to doing it from photo. It's different hues, it's different kind of, you fight more with a physical form and stuff like that. Was actually one who commented on my YouTube channel. Now there's it is more 2D, photo is 2D, it doesn't have that much information, and there's a truth to that. But you can actually work with it as if it is more 3D. That is kind of up to you. You just have to build shape almost as it is 3D. Yeah. You see now? The underneath there is always so difficult. Underneath here is just, I fight so much with that every single time, and it's one of the most difficult things. And this one is even worse because it's kind of hovering a little bit, and it feels like it's hovering. But as I say, you just have to bang on and try to get closer and closer and closer until maybe you reach that point where it's more correct. You see now? It's very strong yellow here. Oh, it's so difficult. This is just an apple. It's just absurd. This is going to be so tough. Tough as a cob. Feeling better now, actually. I don't feel that sick anymore. You know, if I had the time, I could work with neons like that, basically forever. Make that painting that kind of never ends. Well, it starts to look like an apple. The problem is this, down here. And also I may have to bring that down a little bit. And This is the wrong color, I think. Not sure. What kind of color is that? Damn. Like this. Then I have to tone it down there again. I think that is like this. Oh, good. Like that. Maybe that was better. And more yellow. Yeah. Yeah, because there are yellow in the apple. Of course. Then turn it down again. Ugh. This is so hard. No idea how difficult this is. Something that should be so easy. It turns out to be kind of a nightmare. I have to check the clock because my girlfriend is coming over, so. Oh, it disappears, but a little bit too much. Anyway, it was 15 minutes and it is becoming better. I can see that. That's good. So, then. Going to try to get in much of the last details today, and I'm just going to do another one of the Retouching Varnish things. As you can see, then you can see the shadows better and I can see the layers better. Then I might do a little glaze on it and to get more texture into it, and I will continue doing a lot of smaller details for a few hours. So yeah, so it actually dries pretty fast now because I'm not actually laying any so much thick colors anymore, focusing more on smaller details and nuances. So see how that goes. As I said, I've been a little bit sick, so I have had some problems actually getting this done, but yeah. You just have to go through it anyway. See here. It's always the last details that are very taxing. Let's call it taxing, because one is always afraid of ruining stuff or not getting it right or doing too much. There's so many pitfalls that, yeah, but I'm going to try to work very slowly, very focused, and not be complacent and believe that I can finish this faster than I can. So, okay, I will then see you in the next segment. Now, okay, for people who haven't seen my videos before, if you only see, this is the Retouch Varnish, it's from Old Holland. So, that is what I put on now. So, I'm going to do a mild glaze. Not so much that I also have to think about that it's not so, it's not very dry, and I have to be careful with what I do so it doesn't dissolve, and that's why I'm just going to do a very light glaze with my Ansarin French ultramarine. Some places, like in the shadows here and over the apple here, just kind of get some tone into it, so I have something to work with. Always nice to go over the white areas with some paint on top, because you get this kind of, it's almost like when you go over it like this, it's almost like the light comes from underneath, and also going to scrape away some, and that is a very nice effect. And yeah, so the good thing now is that I actually see more of the shadows and stuff, where I have to work more, where there's going to be more light and stuff like that, and I can kind of tone down here a little bit actually. I don't necessarily to tone so much over here. Tone down, then when I do this, what happens is that the colors I now put in is then mixed into the oil that I use in my glaze, which is 70% terp, and the rest is linseed oil based medium, so with some cicative furnace, I think it's in it also. I'll show it to you. I don't need to do much glazing here, it's not really necessary, because I'm going to work with so thin colors anyway, that basically the glaze will be more automatic. Anyway, so I think that's it, and maybe a little bit underneath here. Can drag it like this. As usual, I like to kind of take away a little bit about the excess oil. So I can scrape this a little bit, so get some textures. But I don't want to do too much of it, because yeah, I think that's good enough. Anyway, then I will start the next layer of paint, and here I can show you the, for people who live here, you can, it's called Kremer pigment, Kremer linseed oil varnish or something like that. It's yeah, Kremer linseed oil varnish it's called. That is what I use for the, as my oil, and then I have 70, I mix it with 70% terp, so it's not going to be too oily. Okay, see ya in the next segment. And voila, then I'm starting to start painting. Now I could actually just start with the reddish areas here, and maybe just try to enhance that a little bit. Need my small pencils, and this light area here. I have to be a little bit careful. So yeah. is okay, I think. It's very important to have the right tools. Some good. This is not so good anymore, but I'll try to see what happens. The good thing now is that I have oil already on the canvas, so I don't need to add in so much oil into the paint itself. That's a very good thing. Just placed a little high, yeah, that's good. I think that's quite well placed. You see how it just pulls out everything. And that is where I kind of do or make the 3D effect more pronounced. So, yeah. Okay, I think maybe this one is better. Also going to go in. I have two different reds. I used Vermilion, and I used, of course, cadmium red. And now I can actually just enhance. It's on top of the oil that I put in. It's quite a difficult process because I have to be very careful. If I now add some white into it, it can actually, if you add too much white into it, it can actually destroy the effect. So you have to be careful with the white, because white doesn't necessarily mean more light. For some reason, if you add too much, you kind of break the color too much and it loses its potency. This was a kind of a nice effect, but I need to get it over. I think it was quite a nice effect actually. So I need to just kind of get it over into that. Yeah. And now you see, that's a good thing now is the blue that was in the glaze is now mixing with the color. So it's way easier for me to get this transition to look very natural and vivid. I can just feel like my brain is already falling in love with that effect there, because I think it's well placed and everything. That is why when you come to this point in a painting, you have to become a surgeon, because it's so easy to do too much and then you just lose everything and you have to have another layer. And but that is also the good thing about oil paint, that you can actually do mistakes and you can repair it and go over it again and stuff like that. So it is, but I'm kind of doesn't have so much time on this, so kind of has to become. The best thing could happen is that I manage to finish it today, but I will see what happens. At least I need to finish it tomorrow. So I don't want to deliver a wet painting. It's like yeah. See now, Underneath there is so... The nuances here are so close together, it's almost impossible to see the difference. But since this is... Since this is orange-like, I might be able to kind of tone it down with a little bit of blue. And might pop out like this. So mix the blue into this. It's way too red. I see, it has to be more greenish, which means that this choice of yellow was just wrong. So just tone it down with some, make it greener with adding some, just make it a little bit greener by adding some blue. And then pull it up with some yellow on top of that again. That is basically what I have to do. Yeah. Getting that effect is just exhausting. I know that this is supposed to be darker underneath there. Then I do it like this. I see some people like to sit when they paint. Luckily for me, I like to stand. Actually, when I was drawing, and that is the way I hold. When you draw, you're more like touching, but when I paint, I kind of don't touch so much. But it can be smart to do like this. So then I place my finger here. Yeah. Now I need to get this up to more yellow here. And I might be able to, if I add some citron, lemon yellow, cadmium yellow, cadmium lemon, yeah, cadmium lemon. That is basically the primary color. If I do that, I actually get it now more up to the yellow I want. And yeah, looks like that actually works. There's a very nice white line there, I think, but it's not as much as this. I'm gonna add a little bit touch of highlight there. Actually go into a micro thing, boom, like this. Now it comes right out to me. And then I see it's a big difference when I squint on it. It's also very important to use the squinting, because when you squint you kind of narrow the light in your eyes, and it's easier to see how it is supposed to be. Now I just want to add a little bit more here. Make it come alive a little bit more. It's this thing between the orange and the red and the different reds, and there's so many things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This one also goes higher up here, like this. And there's this nice light, which is basically a little bit more toned into the white. It's more neutral. I don't know what color. Maybe there's some blue in it actually. greenish. Let me just see if I can figure out what color it is. It needs to be behind here. It kind of explains that shape here, like this, and of course it comes down here, and it goes behind here, and you have the shadow of the cord, or stilk as we call it in Norway, that comes from here. And it kind of follows the shape of the apple. It has to be more natural than that. So now you see how Buongiorno. So maybe this can take quite some time. Yeah. Get some of a deer. Get all this light into it. Okay. So see, now there's a thing there, kind of a, it's almost like people who have a birthmark. So the apple has kind of a birthmark or thing that grows out of it, like there, and it gives the whole apple a lot of personality, if you could use that word, or character. Character is a much better word. There are also some spots with around it, spots of yellow, stuff like that. Things that makes it kind of come alive. And of course, with more time, that is why I'm from now on going to start doing these things on a regular basis. Have one all the time, which I do from a photo, and try to go all the way, all the way to basically photorealism with, but I don't want it to be flat, so I want to do the photorealism with the sculptural dimension. The sculptural dimension is what I feel lacks in a lot of the photorealistic works. You can see it when you get close to them, that there's a lot of drawing with paint instead of the use of more thicker brushwork to create 3D effects. It's more like neons. and I would love to combine those things. Of course, there is one problem that I talked about, is the fact that I'm not that good a drawer, maybe to be able to pull it off 100%, but as I say, I'm gonna give it the old college try, as they say. I'm gonna see what I can be able to do. And some nice effects here now are starting to come alive. Need some more. And the thing is, when I talk and paint, I can't really get into this absolute deepest flow, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Also need to get this deeper. Yeah. Thought I was thinking about streaming today, but it's so early in the morning now, probably nobody's gonna watch it anyway. And I basically need a new camera. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, because my girlfriend has a camera, so maybe we can try that one tomorrow on a stream when I finish this. That could be something to get a better. Oh, it kind of comes alive. Yeah. See that? Yeah, I'll start to. Something's happening anyway. Underneath there too is so. What the hell color is it? You know, it's like I'm trying to figure out how does it melt in. I think I have to be more up. Like this goes more. Yeah. That was it actually. Then I have to kind of add something into the shadow so it doesn't become too hard, because that will really screw it up. It will feel like it's hovering, and that is exactly what it does. So the reason why Rembrandt could paint such light was that he actually used, basically he was painting how nature paints, understood how the colors made things come alive. And if an artist doesn't really understand that, it's very hard to get things to become natural. Now it's going to be more greenish there, so I'm just going to add in some yellow. Then I'm going to use my blue and tone it down. I think that is the right way to go. So I'm kind of mixing the colors on the canvas. Very tiny nuances. It's not texture at all, just nuance. It takes nothing to ruin it, takes nothing to fix it. It's like, whew, it's really mind blowing. I touched on some paint when I was red, and it was supposed to be red there because it's like that. Just take it away. Take it away! It's supposed to be kind of a neutral color. Like this. Now in this I used the ivory black because a blue black would basically be too blue. And to basically try to, what should I say, try to dirty it up. See if I can use the blue black, what happens then. Right above it, I can use both of them, because here there are exactly a little piece here that's a little bit darker. It kind of explains very much of the shape. Like this. I've seen layers like this in a painting, a small portrait of Amalie, where you work with the color basically as if it is watercolor, and you just fuse the transitions together, going back and forth and back and forth. In the end, kind of becomes a very natural line, which is not really a line, of course. I need some more yellow, citron or lemon, because like this. Yeah, I'm getting there. It's really difficult, extremely time consuming, and also need a light from underneath here. You know, that's very important to create the shape, that it actually, since there are quite a lot of light here, that light will of course be thrown up into the underside of the apple. So if you can get that effect, it's very helpful. So, yeah. Like this, kind of slide over like this, so it becomes a little bit more natural. Same thing here, just try to make this melt together. Create a little bit of textures here. You can pick it up again after. If I let this, even this dry a little bit tomorrow, and I just go in and just do a slight touch up, I can fire it up a little bit again. So because these layers also subtle that they will dry in a heartbeat, or at least be dry enough to be able to be painted over. So yeah, see now. There's some, I think, yeah, that's a shadow from that leaf that goes down here. I saw that now actually, it was so subtle, extremely subtle. It kind of explains a lot because it goes like this and it goes down here. So now I'm kind of glazing the shadow on top. That works like a charm. And this one goes down, and this one up, like that, something like that, fix that. And I want to paint that chord, speak American. Chord. Basically like a navel string, or navel, you know, the one that goes from the mother to the child to add. Like this. Yes, yes. Okay, I can't show you everything I do in this because, as you can see, it takes a hell of a long time. But I think it's falling into place now. I think I'm starting to like that apple. So, let's see. Just gonna paint so almost a half an hour, but I can see now that actually the photo and start looking like each other. It's a little bit different in shape, but I can't start changing the shape now anyway. Plus you get this twist in the perspective when you see this closer to this, and it's more equal if you see them right on. I will show you that in the end. So okay. So, I'm going to work a little bit more with some detail. Behind there it's actually a little bit brighter, but it is a very difficult hue or tone to work with. It is, if I put in too much white, it kind of becomes too, what you would say, stuffed. And it is that thing to get the shadow to feel like it's laying on top of something, and this has been a very high challenge. Yeah, for some reason it's almost like I can't really get this to become toned right. Is it? It's because the shadow isn't deep enough? Is that it? Or is it something else? Don't know. Need to find out. Sure, it can't be reddish there and here. This was way too reddish. It has to be kind of bluish, like this, and yeah. Maybe I should put in a little bit more white just to see what happens. Oh, that's so difficult to find that right direction and the right hue. So tired. See now. It seems brighter, but is it brighter? That background is very, very difficult to work with because of the hue. If I take it too high up, I feel like it loses its potency. This needs to be more, needs to be brighter. Simply needs to. Maybe this coupling, or sorry, with okay, maybe that was it. And I have to be more neutral behind there. Remove the reddish so it doesn't compete with the red or in the front. Maybe that's it. Hard to tell. Yeah, I need to, I see now it's more, have to be more bluish. That's the solution, I hope. And I have to mix it with some white, try to even it out without losing some texture and some diversity of color, but it was just too chaotic, simply chaotic. It has to be more neutral. That might be the solution. Depends where I look at it from. So if I cross over a little bit like this, try to make it feel like it's actually laying down on something. Well, right behind there is quite dark. It kind of corresponds with the light in that leaf for some reason. So we go a little bit deeper here. Maybe mixing in some blue-black. See what happens. Something there. Also the direction of the brush is very important. This is way thinner, so it doesn't take so much noise or make so much noise. This one can be all like that. Of course, this also goes down, of course, to paint in that little thing here. The reflection of the wall, so it kind of comes a little bit closer and closer. In the end, maybe it starts to feel natural. Everything is about natural. So unbelievable to see some of my first paintings, how unbelievable bad they were. I have actually great respect for people who just starts and have to go through all that hardship to learn just basic things. It takes a toll on you. It's not easy to get better. Not easy at all. Now there's many things here that I would like to do better. And start to change things at this point is just not what I want to do. Sometimes it's just necessary. Okay. Now yeah. Hate small mistakes. Next time I do this, I'm going to spend much more time on the sketching process, so I don't have to do this
after the fact it takes so much time away from the details when you just do obvious mistakes from the start and you don't fix them. It's so silly. There's a gap between these two here. This one is also too big, this one is too little. There's so many things, and it's so annoying. I have no idea. It's like when you start to see that, you just crumble. And maybe that is the BPD part of it. When I see something that is so wrong, I feel like it is a grandiose failure on my part. Total breakdown. It's just good. I can guarantee you that. And this is just an apple. And yeah. Oh, I did something stupid again. This is what I was going to do. Now, of course, nobody would see this if I didn't know, didn't tell, didn't say anything. But also makes it hard to find that natural growth, the way leaves and everything in nature grows. If you do very, very big drawing mistakes, in the end they will actually go against the laws of nature. Can't paint branches without taking into consideration the mathematical laws of nature. So what happens is, of course, you start to make compromises with these things, and it's obviously wrong. So, but anyway. That is why painting trees are quite difficult, because they have a very distinct way of growing. And if you do it wrong, paint them wrong, it's very easy to see it for a trained eye. Maybe it's good that they are melting into each other. Maybe I'm just rationalize, telling myself comforting stories of what's important and what's not. It's good that I was doing this anyway. So I can start adding in more natural colors. And this one also, this goes way down. What the fuck am I doing? It's just nuts. Everything is so close together. I need to get that leaf in today so I can add some details tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I wonder how. Almost a little bit better. That's the thing, I'm getting closer for everything I do in a way. Sometimes of course I take a step back also, but kind of a part. That was cool. Totally worn down, but it can be good for this purpose. Just get some light in here. Yes. And here. It's a good basis, and then this one comes all down here. Yes. Okay. So, I need a better pencil. Tomorrow I need to go and buy some very tiny detail pencils. So this goes more. So then I go in back and I shape this from this side to make that line thinner. This one is the shape on this one is a little bit. So I didn't have any more space in my card, so it stopped. But that's all fine. I'm just gonna do a little bit more here, and I'm going to bed because I'm getting really tired. It's early in the morning in Norway right now, and all these paintings always takes more time than I actually think. It's very typical. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but you know, just want to do some groundwork for tomorrow. I had hoped actually to finish this today, but I didn't get that far. So, like this. Even out this a little bit. Get a little bit more color in here. Make it come alive a little bit. It's funny because every time I'm going to finish something, I go into this panic for not being able to finish things. And when I get into a situation of pressure, it is really horrible, actually. So, but that is why, as a painter, one should never come into that situation that you're out of time and you have to finish stuff. It's not good. It's not good. No, it's not good. So, just getting some basics here. So I don't need to do all the, so some of the light and stuff is already in, so I can just shape the last beautiful details. I am delivering on Wednesday, so I do have some time, but it's not ideal because I also have many other things to do. It should be finished this month, so yeah. Try not to go too vivid. It's very, because the problem is when and then you notice yourself, if depends on how you're painting, but I tend to focus on, tend to put things into compartments. Like when I focus here, I focus there. When I focus there, I focus. So I see things. I don't see all of it at once, I see parts of it all the time. And that leaves me in a situation where I sometimes, well, basically all the time, maybe exaggerate something because I don't look at the hue or look at how it actually looks in the whole thing. So I might add in too much light or something here, you know, just to see that, oh shit, it became too bright compared to something else in the picture painting. So that's of course is a problem. So now Giddy up. Yeah, that was nice. The problem is this one. That's hard not to crack. I think too early in the morning for this note. That's a minor detail. So I should actually focus on what I was going to focus on. I was actually adding some more light here. And here. Oh. Here, get these spikes, the leaf. It's kind of spikes on that leaf. I have to do that tomorrow because it's just too much work for now. So but I think I'm on the right track, so it's not going to be that hard to get it right. Ooh. So I'm going to do something with this one. So tone it down a little bit. That one is very bright. This one too, tone it down. Yeah, fell away. But I think I need some better pencils tomorrow anyway to be able to do this. So it goes like this. There's some light here. And here and underneath actually, and here of course, and this one. And here I need some better pencils. To get this right. Okay. No, that was totally wrong. I wonder how many hours Philip Weber artist is doing on his huge things where he stands with these small pencils on these huge paintings. Such a job. But then again, he has probably used a projector, so it makes it, of course, much easier if he is using projector. Yes. And here. Crosses over like this. Now, this is a good basis for tomorrow. Tone that down. This one. Yeah, I think I can live with this for tomorrow. That was weird. No, I don't like this, and it's actually like that. It's weird. That is what I talk about when it comes to getting the mathematics of the plants right. I should have seen that. It's not a shape that would probably happen in nature. So annoying. I need to fix that tomorrow. I need the smallest of the smallest pencil. This goes like this, out like this, down like this, and this one, a little bit like this, and this one crossing over there, and then this one shows here, then there's a shadow. Explains this one. You know, now we're talking. Now I'm getting manic again. I can't let it go. But I have to. And voila. Voila. And underneath, like this. And out and in like this. So, I think this should do for today. Get some sleep. So, I spent my time in existence painting apples with leaves. It's funny. So, what's this shit? So much brighter. I think yeah. Something to work with tomorrow. See what I did there? And I take inside and I reduce it like this. Then it became more natural. It's very hard. Very difficult to tear myself apart from this now. So, what I need to oh my God. So, yes. Can't tear myself apart. Can't really get myself to stop. Stop, please stop. Oh, so. So, and this, how should see here. Did I bump into that? Yes. Make that count tomorrow. almost. Just a tiny bit more. Ooh. It is really rough for me now to tear myself away from this. I have no idea. My brain is so manic now that it's just crazy. I'm into this frenzy of detail, and my eyes just kind of oversee everything. There's no detail, nothing I really don't see right now. Everything annoys me, and that is when I really should stop like this, except from that fucking thing there, which is way better if I do it tomorrow. Because now I'm manic. You should not do too many. Yeah, some spots, some yellow all over. That's quite cool. Like freckles in a way. Freckles is so cute. It's funny, everybody always are so displeased with how they look. I mean, freckles are the most cutest thing in the world, and girls just hate themselves. Anyway, now what was cool. You see. Yeah. There. There. A little bit here. Okay, rest I do tomorrow. But it's quite good. Have to tone this down a little bit. So now it kind of pops out more. Enhance this also tomorrow. Yay, nicest apple I painted in a long time. Yay! And voila! Here we finally are. I am going to do the last touch-up today. Well, that was actually maybe I need to do something tomorrow. The reason is that it's now like 2 in the morning and I have been kind of, the strange thing when you come to a point when you also, because I have this personal aspect to this, that first of all it has to be finished, secondly it's going to be given as a gift, and it kind of triggers all my insecurities. So I've been basically walking around this painting today for hours, trying to get started. And I've just been kind of circling it like a beast would do its prey, because the beast would be afraid to get hurt. So that is how basically my day has been. Here, I'm going to move this a little bit, sorry, I have to say, because the photo is in the wrong spot, so I just need to do like this and move it a little bit. Move it over here. Sorry about that. So, there we are. Yeah. So, there we go. Now we can actually see it better also. Maybe go a little bit closer. So what am I doing now? Well, I am doing very, very, very tiny, small details. And I will do that for a few hours, I guess. See how much I can get out of it. It is very important to me that to optimize it and stuff. I don't take lightly on anything I do, no matter if it's just an apple or whatever it is, and nor should you. I think it's really challenging when you get to a point where you are dead afraid to screw things up. No, so what I also bought some very nice small pencils today, so I get better tools. And yeah, it is so clear that time is always so important when you're doing art, or this kind of art, that you actually spend your time well, so you don't get into that situation of not having time enough. So I did say in that video, save your money, save your time. It's a thing. Money you can always, money you can get back. Time you can never get back. And I told this to a guy who wanted me to paint 2 kids for him. And he has been a patron for a few years also, so of course I gave him a very nice discount, but he thought that he was going to get a discount that is just at a level that it is not meaningful even to start it, you know. It would be a month's salary, but I earn, it has to do with all the other things I could do with that time. And as I told him, I'm giving you this offer now, but when my economy, which is kind of stringy right now, so please press like on my YouTube videos and stuff and get it out into the algorithm, because that is one of the things I'm working pretty hard with right now, is to become economically independent, so I don't need to take any commission works. This I'm actually doing for free, because as I say, it's probably gonna be given to the Queen, and I'm gonna be the one who gives it to her, and that has a nice commercial value for me, and so of course I wouldn't say no to paint a king or paint a queen or paint known persons who will get me into media and stuff. That is a part of the business, but actually the best thing would be in a situation where you didn't even have to do that, where you only work with your own stuff, content, alone. Now, just think about it, like, I always think about this when it comes to William Turner, who was just working with his paintings for his own sake. He was quite isolated, he didn't sell much, and when he died they found beautiful paintings in his studio. It was leaking water and everything. Paintings that could have been ruined by the elements. And he was just working manically with his passion, trying to go deeper, trying to get it to become better. That was his whole thing. It wasn't a vanity project, it wasn't to get famous, it was just trying to reach the deeper level. And that is where I want to go. The best thing is if you can find, which I have, a loving relationship with a girl who doesn't make any stress in your life. Which is open-minded and kind. And you can get control of that inner ape. That distracting ape who wants to, as they say, explore because he is so needy. That too gives, when you come to that point where you surrender yourself to slow dopamine, you start hunting for the real things, the inner things, the beautiful things, the things that will carry you to a better place, you know. No short buzz has that effect. It's only chasing depth and become better, who that ever will make any difference in your life. maybe I should, no, I can do that in the next segment and zoom in. Do some zooms. Yeah. That is my conclusion. Find that, but you need to use the time right, and you need to take care of your money. Time is even more important. It is a waste of time having to paint people for money. In a way, it is actually being a prostitute. And you are being that prostitute because you don't spend right. See many of these interviews of prostitutes on this channel, the soft white underbelly. I can't stand that marker. He is exploiting girls for clicks. Vulnerable young prostitutes in their teens. Underage girls, he interviews there. But there is one thing that very much goes. Some of them are so addicted to spending, so addicted to money, that they are kind of trapped in this. And they are too broken to think, well, maybe doing something better with my life. Because they don't have anything to fill it with. So it comes down to that spending, that addiction. And in a way, as an artist, I have acted in that way. I've been too complacent and thrown away money and time, which I said in that video I made about it. And therefore, you become that whore, or that prostitute. I don't like the word whore, actually, because it's kind of blame. It's a blameful word. It's a very negative. Prostitutes, it's kind of better, because most prostitutes, like me, why did I do these things? Well, because I had addictions, I had attention addiction, I had dopamine addiction, I had a little bit of alcohol addiction, I had enough to drink up my time. I had training addiction, just all the pain I had for many years that had dire consequences on my psyche and body and mind, everything, came from an addiction to exercise. I exercised way too much, way too often, and it just broke down my body. So there you see, even exercise can be so detrimental to the real work. Now I want to put this in front of everything. I do still feel I at least need to have like 4 trainings a week with both taekwondo and strength. But I don't need every single day as hard as I should go to competition or something at the age of 56, soon to be 57. Actually, that's quite silly. How old are you? Oh, I'm almost 57. Well, I'm almost dead. Anyway, you know what I mean. I will rant about this when I should talk about painting. So, try to talk about things that are important in general for people and for me. So, yeah. There's not so many people who is watching my videos anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Maybe that's the reason. Shut up! Anyway, and I've been saying it a gazillion times before, so in some way or another. Anyway, now I'm going in here with very thin, very thin. Just want to get that oomph into it. There's some yellow in this. So, and there was this down here that is really difficult, and this one, I'm trying to do that. Some yellow, finding that color. I'm hungry and my legs hurt. I need to go through all my palettes and okay, I want to do that first. This. Try to get that right. That was nice. And a little bit of white there. Up here. Sticks out a little bit more. Just these 4 things here. And was this one? It's a quite deep color actually, isn't that? My brain experienced that color as very vivid. And when I do that, I can see that, no, it isn't that vivid, not when I squint. So I should be a little bit more careful there. Just get this right. Maybe a little bit of red. Which one? Vermilion. Maybe cadmium or maybe vermilion. Maybe. See. So, and I need to be here too, actually. Here. You know, I see that this is turning into that eternity thing where I could just keep going and going and going and going and make it better and make it a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. Forever. So, this is going to be a little bit tone that down a little bit, bring it up tiny bit, like this, and it goes a little bit like this, it goes out a little bit like this. What I'm trying to do is to make it feel transparent. That, my friend, is not that easy. Maybe I should do a segment with a palette, just for fun. There we are, yes. That shadow also. It's funny how stressed I get. I feel like I want to go jerk off and get some release. Yeah. It's crazy how the body kind of, oh, you want to eat something. You want to, the best I can do is go and drink a lot of water, because I'm not drinking enough water. Usually I tend to drink coffee, and in the end my brain just feels like it's gonna explode. That is not so good. So yeah, I think this is actually becoming quite nice. It's behind there. It is becoming. That shadow is way too thick. It's also like this. So no, the wrong color. Okay, just gonna tone it down. And just tone this the fuck down. Now I'm starting to fuck it up, you know. That was exactly what I wasn't going to do. I was not going to start screwing it up. Shadow is difficult. Kind of goes from underneath. Kind of goes. Up. Over there. It's not that it's that easy to see it, but oh gods. Now here I go in with a, starting to fuck everything up, and that is why sometimes when you have done something that is seemingly okay, just stop, you know. So at some point you should just accept. But I can't do that because I have a manic mind that never thinks that anything is good enough, and it probably isn't, because I'm not good enough for it to be good enough, and I know that. So the whole thing is just an erotic dance of insecurities that will end with my demise, okay? That is how positive I am now. High kind of low blood sugar. That also doesn't help much. Which means I need some food. Really do. Yes, I do. And you know, it has its qualities, as they say. I would love to get this. Some kind of get the fuck. Yeah. This is way deeper. It's so difficult to see. Yeah, okay, I was just a little bit better. And this one goes out like that. So, here we are going a little bit closer. I won't be able to end this tonight, I think. So I'm just gonna go to sleep, wake up in the morning, not in the morning, actually in the daytime. I'm gonna go back to it, just take a cold shower, have a lot of coffee, and start painting again. That is the best way to do it, I think. Because right now I really can't stand here like 6 more hours today. But now the nuances are so subtle that it's really hard for me to totally screw it up now. So since it is kind of at the point where I can control it, I will take the chance. Do tomorrow the event. If this pans out, it will be on Wednesday. So even if I had to deliver it now, I would be able to, because right now, as it is now, it is more like a eternity project. I could just keep banging on indefinitely. So there are certain things I would like. Let's like fix these shadows and strengthen some things there. Strengthen. Give this foreground a little bit more, what can I say, personality. These are things that, of course, people can see it after the fact. When I have done stuff, people can actually see it. But I can't really see it before I've done it. So it's like this, that lays on top. Like this. This is kind of a nice detail here with some blue. I will start doing small, totally photorealistic pictures and just press my capabilities to the other limits of what is possible. So let's see what happens. I think it's time that I really start to go deep. That is what I want to do. And then work more rougher with my big paintings. Funny how much pleasure I take of just these small things. And that is the thing that makes us human. This pleasure, being creative. It's clearly that is necessary for the human condition. If we don't have the creativity or the things to do, we really become depressed, and that is the problem with entertainment. So yeah. A little bit more oomph into it. Oomph. So now just pushes the shapes You get so much more out of it. So little you need to do actually to kind of get these effects. Not little, but you know what I mean, hopefully. I don't mean to belittle this. Here. I need to use the Schweinbust, the Schweinebust, because that kind of leaves more textures and stuff as well. To go all the way in everything. If you don't go all the way, you never really reach anything, and you don't really know what all the way is until you're there. So just keep going, and I think it's kind of, you come to a point and you see, this was all the way. I wish that most of my time didn't go into this procrastination stuff as it does now. I procrastinate a lot, as I told you in the last segment, before I get started, and I really need to work on that so that I don't lose so much time in limbo, to put it, to say it that way. It's horrific actually to lose that much time, because I can use that time for exercise, I can use it on my girlfriend, I can start writing my books, so much I can do with that procrastination time. Just all the time I've spent following this Ukraine war, or the American election. You know, I'm very interested in the world. I'm very interested in knowledge, which you probably already know if you are on my channel or are here more than once. Mm-hmm. now. Yes. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm into that deep thing now again. I see. And yeah, I can feel it. Then I can just. Mm-hmm. Wow, I just fall out now, totally. I can't even speak. I'm so gone into it. It's beautiful. Which means I should stop now because I kind of need a break. I should stop because I don't want to start ruining anything. Mm-hmm. And a little bit more, deeper. Some blue. Red. If I had like a lot more time, I would have gone even deeper. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, there's a light there. There's some leaf behind there. See if I can do something with that. Yeah, actually worked. so bad. This one, of course. Not 100% likeness, and well, it's far from 100%. The thing is to get this illusion of it at least being correct. Here again I screw up. Keep doing the wrong angle on this. Kind of annoying. So here it's better. Same thing there. And this is now starting to take over, I notice. You know, I have the diagnosis like being manic, and I guess this, when I do these details and stuff, this is it really start to manifest itself, because it's never enough. Now I just go into using green and toning it down, bringing it up, toning it down, back and forth. I do think I have a relatively good basis for finishing this tomorrow, and that is, I hope to finish it today, but as I said, I couldn't really get started because so tomorrow I'm not gonna do any procrastination, I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm just gonna wake up and go to work. It's when I start doing other things first, because first thing in the morning I do actually have a lot of stamina, but then I go do some errands, maybe I go exercise first, and you know, then I get a little bit tired, or I eat, and then I have to rest a little bit, and boom, it's like 10 in the evening, and then I start getting a little bit stressed because I haven't done anything yet, and then I start to procrastinate even more, because then I get stressed because I can't really get going. So the best thing for me would definitely be to work from the morning without any other distraction. Just put on some music and start doing the work. That would be the best approach. There is no doubt. Start to screw this up. Maybe that is necessary to screw it up a bit. I need to learn to start in a better way. I'm just going to do a tiny bit. Bring in some highlight to that cord. And the thing is that it has to be kind of on one side. Just check that I don't have. So it has to be on this side of the cord. I don't know what you call it in English, if it's cord or whatever. String, navel string. Yeah, something like that. On the other side, one has to go a little bit deeper, I think. Maybe some greenish, reddish. No, greenish and red. Just to give it a little bit substance, like this. I think that became very nice. I do struggle with this though. You see. Yeah, I think that was better. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. It's a nice little detail. Yeah. So this is the last thing I think I'm going to do today, and yeah, wish I could do a little bit more with the leaves and stuff to get them to become a little bit more alive, but I think that is for tomorrow. Yes, that is for tomorrow. It has starting to get this HD quality to it, so there was a guy, a friend of mine actually many years ago, said I had painted a portrait that looked like it was an HD. So hyper focused. Yeah. Just want a little bit of highlight right here. Just want some. This has to dry also, so yeah. Yes. Yes. I think this started to fall into place now. So, yeah, I can do the rest tomorrow. Or today, depends how you, of course, look at it. So, with this, that was almost a half an hour with detail. See what happened. So some details you didn't see me paint, sadly. But that's how it is. Okay. Tralala. So here we are. I am going to do the last touch up, and I did some streaming today also, so I will try to end this now, and I will actually start up here and clean that up. I will do it in about 18 or 20 minutes. And then I will do maybe one more, or maybe not. Now, I want to differentiate this from the background like this. Since I don't have all the time in the world, it will become a little bit cartoonish maybe, because I would need many more hours to really go in. But it's gonna be quite okay, I think. So I just need to get in these contrasts here, explain that, maybe get some line here. And you see this, just try to get it a little bit more natural if possible, and yes. I'm actually using some more some pencils who are a little bit, not a little bit, but who are storing synthetic. And this is not synthetic, it's kind of, this is what actually sometimes happens to the brushes when you use them over time. You mold them into some really nice tool. You wear them down and suddenly they are kind of perfect. And then suddenly you get over a certain point and you and they are not usable anymore, sadly. But that's how it is. So must have ground down tens of thousands of. That's also things to think about. Think of all the pencils I've been grounding down to dust in my days as a painter. So, a little bit here. Get some more tone into it, maybe. Yeah, tone it down a little bit. Then enhance it a little bit. And here, dear. So, I think it's starting to wake up. You can call it that. I'm going to use some of my pig bristle. Okay. The silence I experience when I go into detail like this is just, I can touch it, almost touch it. It's amazing. I so recommend doing creative work for your sanity. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that again. This video, keep to painting. And here you see, I have to get this to feel natural. That kind of is on top, you know. And that's why I also need to get something kind of that goes underneath. Because this one goes underneath. And creates a shadow kind of inside the okay, this is, you know, this is a spot on the wood thing that the glass is over, and it's kind of a water spot. You know, when water kind of changes wood or anything. So yeah. That's why it is kind of dirty. Also has to feel logical with the light behind it. I think this is going somewhere. I want to do the shadows. I can't pull them up a little bit too much, you know, kind of. Always that kind of thing. You know. In reality, there's not much kind of. Really. It is or is not. Or is it not? Or maybe. Maybe there is something. Something maybe. Anyway, I'm using also the Van Dyke brown to tone down the Naples yellow extra. trying to get it to, because the Naples yellow is, no, not Naples yellow. Yeah, the Naples yellow is quite neutral. So, and when I mix it with the Van Dyke, they kind of complement. It's a very, one of them is a kind of yellowish and the other one is more bluish brown. So, you know, I mean, there you have your complementary contrast. And the complementary contrast, yes. Yes, yes. Here I want a little bit more light over there, maybe. So just bring it up a little bit over here. Because the light is actually coming from this side, and of course it has to be brighter on this side and this side, and now it is, so yeah, so that's good. And here there's actually some higher lights that sprinkle crosses over the reddish underneath there, create some nice contrasts through the red, because you don't want the red to, the red here is not like this, it's not that tone, it's way much toned down, as you can see. And in the mix there you have to make these tones so okay, now it's underneath, you know, so that's what I do. Here too, I don't want it to be this light. Oh no, it kind of pops out a little bit more. I'm gonna do something on that leaf. This, just enhance it a little bit. See if I can get some more punch into it. Yeah. I should have this goal. I need some goals for every month. I need some, I really do, I need some, okay, this month I'm gonna make 4 small ones in this size, I'm gonna make, and these goals should be reached. Because I kind of need an objective standard, silly to say, but I need some kind of prison to work in. Mm-hmm. Yeah. so, yeah. I got silence because I was thinking about life and everything inside my head. And yeah. Now I want to get that shadow a little bit closer to how it is in the photo. Next time I start on something like this, I'm going to make very sure that I have placed the sketch right, so I don't have to adjust so much and I can go faster into the deeper details. Because I do think I spend a little bit too much time on kind of adjusting things that should be, especially when I'm going to paint like this and have focus on trying to get it to become as close to the photo as possible. Also, maybe I need to take better photos, maybe with a better background, so it kind of suits the front objects better. That can of course be maybe be an idea. So many things to think about, and yeah, tone down the background here. This became too much. I'll tone this down. They use blue black, I think, and French ultramarine also, and a little bit of French ultramarine. This. Was that smart? No, I don't think it was smart. I started to change things that I am not supposed to change now because it will take way too much time. See, like this, yeah. Like this. Just get it some scratch over. It's like this, so it dampens down a little bit. Now I'd like to also, it's a very thin line going through here. Oh shit, shit. See what time I have left. 1 minute and 19. Okay. Wasn't smart. Yeah, so where's this? Okay. This comes more in like this. For some reason I find that to be extremely important. And voila. I don't think that was smart. So I'm going to take it back. was good, I think. So. Okay, so how is this? I don't know. Yeah, I think that was good. There's things happening everywhere. Yeah, that's nice. This and this goes. Quite a highlight there actually. But it's more toned down. I need to take away some of the strength. Or it becomes too pronounced, you know, it's like then it kind of takes over. And that is not good. It's not supposed to take over. No. No takeover. So, yeah, I think. What a shame that I don't have any more time on it, because it could, for every touch now, it's like bringing a touch more closer to. It's almost, I feel like I come to this point and I stop, but now it's when it starts. And yeah. Maybe I should have one video, because I have some unfinished painting. I have some paintings I've finished, but maybe I should, and I have held back putting out the videos because I was actually going to touch them up. And I think maybe it's just because these videos are so long, so when they are huge, maybe just make 2 files, who cares, you know? People who want to see it, and want to see the whole process, they will do it anyway, and the people who want quick fixes will go to channels that have videos that show the whole process in just no time. Yeah. But I'm not like that, so sorry. This one is quite cool. I love that one. The whole, this kind of, that's funny with this, because it's coming down here and it kind of curls around like this. And this underneath goes, yeah, behind there. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Anyway. So behind there I need to go up. They are very close together in neons, these. So the question is, do I go up or do I go down? Or just try to differentiate these things from each other. Maybe that's the way to go. Make the difference more pronounced. Make it a little bit clearer. And yeah, maybe that's it. And deepen the that's the solution. It is like this. I need to find the solutions as I go along very often. And yeah. Here now it kind of became too, I don't know, too much maybe. Oh my god, that's difficult. Anyway, I'm gonna paint a little while and then I'm gonna make one more session and I will say I'm done, because I can't continue this craziness forever. So, with this, I see you in the next segment. That was 25 minutes, so yeah. Also need a new battery. Yeah, I think this has to be the last segment. Sometimes you might just have to give up, and that is what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to adjust a couple of the shadows, and then I will call it. Just call it, as they say. This one has to be a little bit bigger this way. And this one this way. And like this. So I will cross over a little bit, because if not it becomes very unnatural. I see there's a discrepancy here, even though I need to tone it down a little bit more in here, because I was a little bit too bright, I think. And so this comes out more, and maybe here also give it a little bit texture and stuff, and I want to make this a little bit sharper. I don't think I want to make that sharper. It can be a risk that it becomes too sharp. So like this. Let me see now. We need to tone this down too, because it's sort of stole too much attention, and yeah, you don't want that, that's for sure. So here, toning, a little bit more toning and direction. So. Okay, yeah, I wasn't actually going to do anything there, but the temptation just overwhelmed me. I want this to be a little bit more pronounced because it is on the photo. So like this. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but you know, can always tone it the other way again. A bit more like this. Maybe. So many things to think about. It can drive artist nuts. Okay. So, well, it doesn't have, you know, if I'm gonna get closer now to it, it just, at this point, it just becomes ridiculous to try to add in more of the details because, as I say, there isn't enough time to get it 100% anyway. And I could probably stand here until you know, when we say Dovrefalle, like Dovre, that's basically a mountain in Norway. We can stand there until that mountain falls into the sea, and I probably wouldn't even be finished. So I just put in the last things and call it. I think that might be the best thing to do. And here you have this crossover here. And of course needs this one to explain that it actually is glass, like this. I do think that is good. So, yeah, it's just, I think it's enough, almost anyway. I have some things I need to do tomorrow, so I really don't have time standing here for 4 more hours. Okay, that was a nice effect actually. And here too. So like that one. I want to get this to, no, I think this is, I think I'm at the end now. one of the things you can do to make it easier to make it into a photorealistic thing is to paint it a bit bigger and then reality, because then it's easier to paint the bigger, smaller details. Or maybe use some glasses that is just so much thicker. Yeah. That is a way to do it. And just give it a little bit of green here. Yes, 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 yes. That one could be such a nice detail if I can get it exactly right. So, something happening in there too. Just things happening. Just do that also a little bit sharper. Okay, the absolute, I didn't have any more electricity. That's what happened. But now it is definitely not enough. And it's just time to call it. I think I reached my limits for what I can do today anyway. It's very hard for me to see where to go now. So there's a little small thing there. Kind of annoys me. And maybe it's just I need a little bit more reddish there. A little bit brighter. orange also. Yeah, that was kind of pink. Wasn't really what I was after. Whew. But that's the problem when you add in white into red, it kind of turn pink. That is not pretty. Not pretty at all. I don't like pink. Pink has nothing to do here. It's yellow and red. Going for a deeper cadmium. And that actually kind of worked, I think. Should I stop there? Or should I be crying at 12 o'clock this afternoon? Screaming to the gods, why? Why, Odin, do you screw with my mind like this? So, I think this is the end. Like this. Tone this down a little bit. Hard to know exactly if it's going to be toned up or down actually. But, you know. Yeah. At some point I just need to stop, so that might as well be now. I'm blind now anyway. I'm so blind. Ooh. Just squint on it a little bit. No, I'm kind of done, I think. Yes, done. When you go too far, one can actually add in so much brushwork and stuff that it it becomes too much all over. You know what I mean? Suddenly nothing is actually focused. Just a little chaos. A little bit of what's happened now. Too much of a good thing. Becoming a little bit manic again. So much craziness. Yeah, that's good, my friend. So okay, Macallan. So, a totally last thing. This is the last brush stroke in this canvas on this, and it is here, there, and there, and there, and there, and door, and this tip. And you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. Simply, it's too much. You know, it's always a point where it's better, and sometimes you kind of go past it and kind of lose it. And that is just a part of the game. And I do think I lost a little bit in the end here today. Maybe, but yeah, just accept. So. Oh, shit. I told you it was going to be the last. Someday. I'm gonna get it right. Some beautiful day in the future, I'm gonna have the stamina and depth to get it right. It's like a whisper, whisper. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give up now. Simply give up. Almost. Okay. Okay. Just, yeah, just as long as something just you know, just a little bit, just just a little bit more. Yes. Okay, then I'm done, I think, I hope, I pray to Odin, and maybe I just need to do a little bit more, and suddenly it is too late to stop. Like this. And this has to be a little bit bigger. I think maybe it has grown. No, can't have grown because it's a photo. Jesus, I'm getting tired, I guess. See here. Yeah, I think that's nice. So many things, you know, it's so much. And when you get into this manic thing, like I am now, it is almost impossible to stop. You just keep on going and going and going and going and going. And yeah. So that's how it is. Welcome to my world. It is a strange world, a very intense world. Where every little thing has just way too much weight on it. You get what I mean? The most insignificant thing is kind of blown up to something that becomes a life or death thing. And it's weird. Yeah, it is weird. It's very weird. I have no idea how weird it is. Okay, now what I'm going to do is to sign it here with GROUNDING. I will sign it now with my initials, which is, I do it maybe here, K, dot, A, dot, I'll sign it on behind, you know, properly. $20. $5, I think. 25. Still okay? A little bigger. Okay, I'll wait. 25. Yeah, I think that's okay. So, start things there, you know, the thing maybe so with a background instead. Yeah, actually that worked. So, maybe so. So. Like this, on top, and on this one here. Just a tiny bit more yellow. And a little bit of texture in between. And this. And here. Now I see it clearer actually. Goes down here. In like this. It's a back thing there. Behind it like this. Yeah. And this one. You know, there's this says at some point you just, I don't know the point, that's the problem. I find a point where you just say, okay, enough is enough. But I just have to now. I can't do this anymore. It drives me literally insane. Maybe not literally, but figuratively. Okay. Quit. I quit. I quit. This is good enough. I think, I hope, I feel, I don't know. Yeah. There we are. Shit. Almost. If you don't appreciate what I'm doing here, screw you. I have no idea how harsh this feeling is. I'm not getting that right! Motherfuck. I've been struggling so much with that little shit. It's the baby who just doesn't want to stop annoying me. Okay, fuck it. Ooh. Yeah. Yes. It lacks that little shite, but I can't really see anymore. I'm so incredibly blind now. You have no idea. But I think I managed to do it right there. I do like this now. Binds them together. I shouldn't have done that maybe. And I enhance that a little bit with yellow. I enhance this one a little bit, and I actually think I should be bloody well done. The nuances now is just so small that it is literally impossible to see or get it anymore. I can't really see. And of course this one has to be toned down here. A little bit of green. the wrong green. Why did I use the wrong green? It's kind of blue. What the fuck? Welcome to my world. This is how it is to be a painter. Can't really stop. Just can't stop. I can't stop. Period. Because my brain is now so flooded with impressions that I really can't seem to stop. I just have to tell myself, just stop. Just please stop. Stop. It won't get better. It's done. It's over. There's no more you can do. So, maybe there is a little thing I can do. So, like here, underneath here. Yes. And that was the last stroke. Almost. So, now it's surreal and quite cool. It's not a true copy. It's not totally right. But I think it's good enough for its purpose. It's really intense. This became a very long video. It wasn't planned to be this long. But you see why, hopefully. Also hope you appreciate it. Give it a like, acknowledge my work. Because it isn't easy. And I'm giving it away for free. That's funny. So many things. With something more. Just need a little bit of light right there. so. And here. Okay. So that should just. I can't do anything. I need to. Okay, this is it. This is it. Period. Yeah, I think that is it. Okay, bye bye. Thanks for watching. So here we are at the end of the video. It was a grueling experience, and it also inspired me to make more of these to my YouTube. So if you like it, please give it a thumbs up. Tell me what you think, and maybe I can learn something from it. Here's the photo, as you have seen the whole way. Yeah, it was really enjoyable. I will do more of this detailed work. So, hope to see you in the next video. And of course, if you like to support my channel, you can do that by going to Patreon or buying me a coffee. Links in the description. So here you can see some of the textures up close. Maybe that is interesting to you. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. It was a nail biter there in the end, and I was really struggling mildly with everything. And it's such a release every time I'm done with something and got to deliver it. And yeah, you just walk on to the next one. Anyway, remember, thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, tell me what you want to see, tell me what you want me to talk about, and I'll do it, and I hope to see you in the next video.